Yo, 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 what up, what up, what up, what up, what it do? It's your boy, Big Val Opinion, man. Go and get this out the way for the day. We go and get this out the way for today. Oh, hope everybody's having a good day. Hope everyone's having a good day.
If you want to make your business stand out, let's launch it with your brands. Watch me make you look like a.
Come on, come on, come on. So we have Andrew Wyatt, which is Bill Cosby publicist, on Hip Hop News Uncensored, which is a channel that I really had nothing good to say about because throughout this whole situation with R.Kelly, these guys have been very much so um I mean they haven't said too much of uh nice things. They haven't had too much of nice things to say. So we're gonna get into this interview with Bill Cosby publicist. You know, he addressed some questions that were asked about R. Kelly on Hip Hop Uncensored podcast, and I'm not gonna play the video, but I'm gonna play the audio of the podcast. So, and we gonna discuss it. What's up, love yourself? What's up, sir? What's up, Mayor? What's up, UJM? I can't pronounce it or don't know what it's pronounced. Sorry about that. But what's up? Welcome to the chat. Let's get off into this.
R. Kelly, you said you worked with him and his family for a while. What do you think about the recent verdict that happened with R. Kelly? Can you kind of give us a little bit of insight into that whole case? So we don't really know too much about it, but a lot of just speculation from the media.
With Mr. Cosby, I stayed away from it because I always said social media was created to take black people away from current events of the day. You get a quick sound bite and you believe it, and you automatically deem somebody to be guilty just because of something you saw on social media. But I was doing Tariq Nasheed's show and the Kara Dangerous show, and his brother on the Kara Dangerous show, Ron, said, "Brother, you know, you're in PR. They're going to try to block your messages and your story. You should consider that." And when I got to Santa Monica for the civil trial, that's what they tried to do. So I launched an Instagram account just 4 weeks ago, to be exact. And I launched it, and I just started doing my own reporting. I went back to my roots,
Yes, sir.
and I went back to my TV days and said, "Look, even though I was behind the scenes, I know how to report. I know how to do my own news."
Mhm.
But with Robert, um, Robert was in a situation where I was reached out to, and I'm saying this because I'm getting a lot of DMs on social media, like, why won't you help Robert? You know, why won't you come out here and do something for him? Why won't you speak? You say you're for black people. Well, I've been working behind the scenes and never asked for one dime. Let me be very clear. Never asked for one dime. I didn't want any money.
Mhm.
I just saw where he was going. Bill Cosby, Mr. Cosby became the litmus test. All right, they developed a formula, tried, true, and tested on how to destroy his legacy and career. Well, we got the formula. And so since we got the formula and it was created by coming after Mr. Cosby, I tried to just talk to Robert. And one of the things I tried to convey to his people and even him is Hugh Hefner started the Playboy Mansion in the 60s in Chicago. Okay, if a white man had to leave Chicago with the Playboy Mansion, what makes you think you could be the black Hugh Hefner living in the Trump Towers with two young women and you've been accused of having sex with young black girls? Now, first off, since when has America ever cared about black women and black girls?
Right.
Never. But he just wouldn't listen. And the guy who he hired as his crisis manager, Darrell Johnson, Darrell lied to him and told him that he was Bill Cosby's crisis manager. So one of our former attorneys called me, well, R.Kelly's attorney, Steve Greenberg, at the time, and said, look, this is Andrew. He could tell you that this guy's making it up. The Jewish guy, Greenberg, brings him on anyway.
So, first lie told, Darrell Johnson lied and said that he was Bill Cosby's crisis manager. The first lie Darrell Johnson told. The first lie that Darrell Johnson told was he was Bill Cosby's crisis manager. We gonna break it down. The first lie Darrell Johnson told. He was Bill Cosby's crisis manager. The first lie that Darrell Johnson told. Hold on, there's plenty more. Where they'll come from.
And he has signed a deal where he's getting Robert, the way Robert was paying him, he was signing over his royalty checks to this guy. Wow.
Let me back that up.
That's what Robert, think about why Robert is in this situation. He was trying to make it up. The Jewish guy, Greenberg, brings him on anyway. And he has signed a deal where he's getting Robert, the way Robert was paying him, he was signing over his royalty checks to this guy. Wow. And so that's what Robert, think about why Robert is in this situation. He was trying to get his royalties and own the rights to his catalog, right? Attorneys called me. Well, R.Kelly's attorney, Steve Greenberg, at the time, and said, look, this is Andrew. He could tell you that this guy's making it up. The Jewish guy, Greenberg, brings him on anyway. And he has signed a deal where he's getting Robert, the way Robert was paying him, he was signing over his royalty checks to this guy.
Wow.
And so that's what Robert, think about why Robert is in this situation. He was trying to get his royalties and own the rights to his catalog, right?
Yeah.
And so now you're signing your royalties over to Greenberg, your attorney, which that's unethical.
Yeah.
Unethical.
Yeah. Wow. Now, y'all hear this shit. Do y'all hear what I'm hearing? Are y'all hearing what I'm hearing? Are y'all hearing what I'm hearing? Are y'all hearing what I'm hearing? Asking the man to sign over his royalties as a form of payment. But it's the same guy. Steve Greenberg, the same guy who came out and said that, he wasn't getting paid for doing this and doing that. These are some of the statements that he made. So Greenberg had wanted R.Kelly sign over his royalty checks for representation, which he did shit. Let's keep going. And that's crazy. Greenberg is Jewish. And if anybody know anything about the music industry, if you know anything about the music industry, the Jews run the music industry. So wow, that's something else to look at. That's something else to look at. Welcome everybody that's coming in. Welcome everybody that's just coming in. Welcome everybody that just coming in. That's just coming in. Casey, what is it you don't believe? What about it you don't believe? This guy was in close communications with R. Kelly and his team. This guy is the reason Jennifer Barton Jean it was even, was brought on board. So what is it that you don't believe? I mean, I can't it all makes sense to me. Daryl Johnson, you come in talking about you Bill Cosby's crisis manager. And per Tasha K, we saw how many people he came on being their crisis manager, that he was taking advantage of these clients, taking their money, had the one lady paying him all this money and wasn't helping her at all. Man, it's sad, like, what money had these people doing.
Of having sex with young black girls. That's first off, since when has America ever cared about black women and black girls?
Right.
Never.
Yeah.
But just wouldn't listen. And the guy who he hired as his crisis manager, Darrell Johnson, Darrell lied to him and told him that he was Bill Cosby's crisis manager. So
see, now with this, a lot of the stuff that a lot of the things that we've been hearing behind the scenes, a lot of the stuff that we've been hearing and things of that nature, a lot of this stuff that's finna be, a lot of the stuff that is being said are things that we have heard, but we didn't really have a lot of, it wasn't a lot of validity to it, but we was hearing some of these same accusations that are being said. This is just, confirmation, just listen to some of the stuff that this brother is saying.
Former attorneys called me. Well, R. Kelly's attorney, Steve Greenberg, at the time, and said, look, this is Andrew. He could tell you that this guy's making it up. The Jewish guy, Greenberg, brings him on anyway. And he has signed a deal where he's getting Robert, the way Robert was paying him, he was signing over his royalty checks to this guy.
Wow.
And so that's what Robert, think about why Robert is in this situation. He was trying to get his royalties and own the rights to his catalog, right?
Yeah.
And so now you're signing your royalties over to Greenberg, your attorney, which that's unethical.
Yeah.
Unethical. Yeah. So I'm talking to his spiritual advisor, a guy, Don Russell, who now is facing federal charges because Don, when he in New York, when it was about to air the documentary, he called in and said that there was a gunman there. So now he got a federal case.
Wow. Now,
yes,
this brother is only reiterating some of the things that we have already heard and some of the things that we know. So this guy, I deem to be credible, and the things that he is saying, are some of the things that we have heard and that we've seen throughout this whole case.
So I'm talking to his spiritual advisor, a guy, Don Russell, who now is facing federal charges because Don, when he in New York, when it was about to air the documentary, he called in and said that there was a gunman there. So now he got a federal case against him. I had Tom Mesereau, who represented Michael Jackson, who did the 2018 trial with us. I had him to fly to Chicago from LA to sit with Robert. No one would listen. They would call me and his cousin Keith, who controls everything, along with the private investigator. When I got Mr. Cosby out Wednesday, June 30th of last year, I went to New York the next day. They flew into New York and met with me, gave them the formula, said, look, somebody has to tell his story. He's no longer R. Kelly. He's Robert or Mr. Kelly. R. Kelly is a stage. They've destroyed the stage. Yeah. Now we have to humanize.
Now this is where I have to tell y'all, and whether y'all like him or not, our brother Dana J explained this same scenario as this guy just explained to us, and what this guy just has said. You have to separate the two. You have to separate R. Kelly from Robert Sylvester Kelly. You know, they have tore down R. Kelly, but in the image of Robert Sylvester Kelly. And you have to build back Robert Sylvester Kelly. It's no longer about R. Kelly at this point. What up, J Rock?
Along with the private investigator, when I got Mr. Cosby out Wednesday, June 30th of last year, I went to New York the next day. They flew into New York and met with me, gave them the formula, said, look, somebody has to tell his story. He's no longer R. Kelly. He's Robert or Mr. Kelly. R. Kelly is a stage. They've destroyed the stage. Yeah. Now we have to humanize him. This is a man who was molested and raped by his sister, who peed on him. Whenever you saw him get out of jail, bonded out, he always ended up at McDonald's. Reason why is because that's where his mother.
Okay, now this part right here. This is a part that I want. This is make sure the haters, if y'all in the bushes, I need y'all to open y'all motherfucking ears. If y'all in the bushes, I need for y'all to open y'all motherfucking ears. Because y'all, this situation when it comes to McDonald's, it don't make sense because you all don't want it to make sense. But we have to humanize this man and realize he is human. He's just like us. He's no different than us. He was just blessed with a gift to be able to sing the way that he sang and articulate music in the way that he articulate music. But at the end of the day, he's human just like us. And I want to shout out to brother Andrew Wyatt because he's humanizing R. Kelly in this interview. All the people that he hanging at McDonald's. What he doing hanging at McDonald's? He had his own specific personal reasons for going to McDonald's. And listen at what the brother Andrew say. When he will get out of trouble situations, where he will go. Let's go.
And met with me, gave them the formula, said, look, somebody has to tell his story. He's no longer R. Kelly. He's Robert or Mr. Kelly. R. Kelly is a stage. They've destroyed the stage. Yeah. Now we have to humanize him. This is a man who was molested and raped by his sister, who peed on him. Whenever you saw him get out of jail, bonded out, he always ended up at McDonald's. Reason why is because that's where his mother took him. Wow. And that's how he always felt her energy at the McDonald's, and he felt safe. And so he always went to McDonald's.
And guys that are conducting this interview, these are some of the same guys who made not so good remarks about R. Kelly when it comes to the McDonald's situation. These guys are some of the same guys I spoke about a while back. If you all been following me a while back, I spoke on the nature of people like Roland Martin and This Hip Hop News Uncensored and Breakfast Club and all these black media platforms that drag this brother name down through the mud and did this, that, and the third. And these are some of the same people now they're saying, oh, wow, because people spoke without even understanding or knowing what was the significance behind some of the things that this brother did.
Now we have to humanize him. This is a man who was molested and raped by his sister, who peed on him. Whenever you saw him get out of jail, bonded out, he always ended up at McDonald's. Reason why is because that's where his mother took him. And that's how he always felt her energy at the McDonald's. And he felt.
Welcome everybody just coming in. Miss Lady T, Nisimo, Tamara Johnson. What's up? What's up, everybody?
Safe. And so he always went to McDonald's. There's issues that he can't read, he can't write. But if America just knew his story and the fact that his legal team did not depose one record executive, they were complicit. You know, you guys understand the music world, right? Sure. And you understand that hey, we on a hip hop show. Yeah. Right? So and we understand in the music game, these artists don't go out and get people. It's the roadies, it's the security, it's the managers. When you're hot and you're making them money and you're going platinum, they get you the girls. They bring you the bag of money. You know, I remember when my friends were promoting, he's passed away, William Sims, we call him Tanky. He had R.Kelly on tour, Prince on tour. And I used to be backstage. I used to watch mothers tell their daughters to take off their underwear. Wow. I've seen this. And you mean to tell me they're not held accountable? The parents are not? As Mr. Cosby said, the revolution starts in the home, right?
The revolution starts in the home. The revolution starts in the home. Welcome everybody who's just coming in. Daphne, Miss Ann, Miss Hot Pink. Welcome everybody. Welcome everybody in, man. Make sure y'all hitting that like button. Make sure y'all hitting that like button for sure. You know, be nice to everybody. Let's break this thing down, man. Let's break this thing down. And don't forget, moderators, make sure y'all put in the chat. July the 22nd, we doing the 1K giveaway, 1K subscriber giveaway. We doing a 1K subscriber giveaway on July the 22nd. It's gonna be big VI content treasure hunt. The giveaway will be based on the content that's on my channel. So you all will have to get familiar with the content, and we're gonna be asking questions regarding to the content that's on my channel, and we're gonna keep going. We're gonna get back going.
And so it was those things what I wanted to do for him. And I was in a train station last year, and his cousin Keith called me, and I recommended attorney Jennifer Bungie. And she told me she was talking to them, and she's our attorney. And I said, well, Keith is the one that has the means and resources to pay you. And I connected them on a text message, and that's how she got involved. Okay. And I've always told them I didn't want a dime. Now, I did tell Keith when we talked, and I want to put the truth and facts out here. I don't believe in hiding anything behind the door. So when people come back at your show, I want them to, they make whatever comments, I want to put it all out here. I don't do halfway stories because this is not a halfway house show. So this is the real. I do the real stories, and I stick with the truth and the facts, man. And one thing I said to him, I said, look, it would cost, you would have to pay me something because I would have to travel, I would have to do this, I would have to, expenses. And because it gets expensive when you go live in a city. You have to go live in a hotel, you have to do this, you have to develop relationships, you have to be out here working in public. You got to, part of doing what I do, I have to be in the streets. Okay, I got to go in the hood because I know with the street committee, they're the ones that know any and everything. They're the ones that could possibly be on these juries. They could be potential jurors. And their minds are already tainted. So now I got to go hang out in whatever spot I need to hang out at. I don't care how rough it is. Look, I tell everybody, one thing I don't fear is my people. I'm careful and I understand, but I don't fear my people. And when you don't fear your people, that gives you a certain amount of respect where you could go into certain hoods and everybody like, oh, you here? It's like you hanging out on the corner at the White House, get some subs. A guy came up to me, are you serious? Like, look, I'm just a regular guy, regular dude. And they didn't understand that aspect of it, of that I would have to go and tell his story. So when TMZ caught me in Beverly Hills last year, when he was, when Robert was found guilty, and they said, "What do you think?" I said, "Well, he was railroaded." He was, because how do you take a RICO law? Now, a RICO law, this law was passed in.
Make sure y'all got your ears open. Let's understand what he's saying. Let's understand what he's saying.
Robert was found guilty, and they said, "What do you think?" I said, "Well, he was railroaded." He was, because how do you take a RICO law? Now, a RICO law, this law was passed in 1970 by Congress to take down crime families. Okay, now you're gonna take it into sex trafficking. They're designing the formula on how to take successful black men, whether you're, especially if you're entertainment, you're an athlete. They're finding unique ways now. They're using a RICO law. A RICO law. He wasn't smuggling drugs. He didn't have any casinos. You're treating this man like he's Bugsy Siegel. Pretty much. And you use this law to say, well, but he was trafficking young girls. You didn't use that law against Jeffrey Epstein.
Wow. He just dropped a bomb. Now. Epstein, Weinstein, Jixling, none of them got that charge. None of them was charged. None of them was facing what R.Kelly has faced. He just dropped a bomb there.
Casinos. You're treating this man like he's Bugsy Siegel.
Pretty much.
And you use this law to say, well, but he was trafficking young girls. You didn't use that law against Jeffrey Epstein. Think about it. You didn't use that law against Ghislaine Maxwell.
Right. Yep. She got 20 years.
Okay. But did you ever hear RICO?
Nope, sure didn't.
So think about what they're doing. They're restructuring, as I said earlier. When we figure out the laws, because they created the laws, they restructure the laws.
They always move. They what we say in our community, they keep pushing the goalpost back. Every time we feel like we done got every time we feel like we done conquered something, they move the goalpost back. You know, they always gonna continue to move the goalpost back. And the reason why they are successful with moving that goalpost back with no pushback is because our own people come out against us and allow them and help them tear our own down. Our own people allow them and help them tear our own down. Now, Ghislaine Maxwell, Jeffrey Epstein, Harvey Weinstein, none of these people was charged with RICO. These people had over 80-some victims. Compared to R. case, there's no comparison. But R. Kelly got a RICO, and these guys did. But the only reason why R. Kelly got a RICO is because our own community allowed them to do it. Our own community sat back and watched. Our own community enabled them. Our own community allowed this to happen the way that it happened. All because of you have dislike for somebody. Just because you dislike a person don't mean it's okay for them to be mistreated when it comes to the court system, the justice system. If this is the justice system that we all have to be judged by, then we have to look at this situation for what it really is. R. Kelly today, it could be you tomorrow. R. Kelly today, it could be you tomorrow. We talking about the injustice. And that's what people are not looking at. You can feel how you want to feel, but injustice is injustice when it comes to us as a culture. Our culture was complicit with the takedown of what they done to Mr. Robert Sylvester Kelly. Our culture allowed it. Our culture encouraged it.
And they restructure the laws because first of all, they understand that if you want a black person to read something, put it in a book because we're not going to open the book. Mm-hmm.
And that's crazy. How long has that analogy been around? If you don't want a black person to find something out, put it in a book. How long has that analogy been around? Man, my grandfather was hearing that. My grandmother was hearing it. My mother was hearing it. You know, my uncles, my aunties were hearing it. And here it is in 2022, we still hearing the same saying. If you want to hide information from a black person, put it in a book because they're not going to read. What's up, Leisha? Now in 2022, we can say if you want to hide information from a black person, put it in the transcripts. If you want to hide information from a black person, put it in the transcripts because they're not going to read them. Put it in the transcript. If y'all want to hide the truth from the black people, put it in the transcript because these people like Andrew said, when did the world ever care about the black girl so much? And I posed the question the other day, when did black people rely on the media so much? When did the media word become bond when it comes to the black community? We watch countless and countless of our black people be killed in the streets, slaughtered in the streets, on video. And it's the same media news outlets that sit up and say that our black brothers and sisters were guilty of their own death. But then we turn around and we be outraged. Oh, he wasn't doing, he was innocent. He had his hands up. We watch countless of videos of our black brothers and sisters with their hands up being murdered in the streets by police. And these same news media outlets, what they do, they go and find all the negativity that they can say about a young black or a black male or female who's murdered in the street by a police officer, they gonna find all the negativity that they can find, and that's all they run on their news channel outlets. But y'all want to sit here and take these same news outlets to be credible when it comes to R.Kelly? Now, y'all say they full of shit when they sitting here talking about our brothers and sisters didn't have their hands up, when our brothers and sisters was resisting arrest. You know, this the same news media outlet. They say, are we watching the same video they watching? But they say our brothers and sisters are resisting arrest. Oh, they didn't have their hands up. Oh, they charging at the police officer. We watching the same video they watching. But y'all say they full of shit then. But when it come to R. Kelly, now all of a sudden y'all got to change your heart. Make that shit make sense, man. The fucking news media ain't for us.
They understand that they got our attention focused on materialistic things, social media. How can I get the next, Gucci or Birkin bag? How can I live this life that's fictional? It's Tinseltown. It's truly that. So that's the background on Robert. I tried to stop Robert from doing the Gayle King interview.
Now make sure y'all listening to this shit, because this is even his attorneys and people on the inside extorted this man. The people that he thought was hurting him, they were never for him. They were never for him.
Get the next, Gucci or Birkin bag. How can I live this life that's fictional? It's Tinseltown. It's truly that. So that's the background on Robert. I tried to stop Robert from doing the Gayle King interview. Yeah. And I called, and what Darrell did, he set the interview up, and Oprah funneled money in. And Robert never got to see a dime of it.
Wow. Did I say that, or did he say that? Did I say that, or did he say that? Did I say that, or did he say that? Did I say that, or did he say that? Darryl Johnson is over for you.
And they understand that they got our attention focused on materialistic things, social media. How can I get the next, Gucci or Birkin bag? How can I live this life that's fictional? It's Tinseltown. It's truly that. So that's the background on Robert. I tried to stop Robert from doing the Gayle King interview. Yeah. And I called, and what Darrell did, he set the interview up, and Oprah funneled money in. And Robert never got to see a dime of it. And so look what Gayle did. She let him.
Oprah funneled money in for Darryl Johnson getting R. Kelly to do that interview. R. Kelly did the interview and didn't get none of the money. Woo-hoo, boy, these people raw. These people cold-hearted motherfuckers. Cold-hearted people, man.
And I called, and what Darrell did, he set the interview up, and Oprah funneled money in. And Robert never got to see a dime of it. And so look what Gayle did. She let him stand up. Even though he was emotional, that's why he should have never done an interview. Exactly. Because, look, we don't got pulled over by a cop with a traffic ticket. And we get emotional because we know we didn't run that red light. We know you're profiling us. Well, it's certain when you're in those heightened situations, you have to now take a step back and say, this is not the time that I go and do a sit-down interview. Robert tried to repair himself. You can't repair yourself. You have to have somebody else who's not in your realm, not in your world to repair you. I'm not in your world.
Right.
I'm not in your realm. I'm not out here cutting the album. I'm not doing the show.
Right.
My job is to use my image and tie my image to you and say that I'm not perfect, because every man has his fallacies and idiosyncrasies. Not a perfect, but what I can do, I can tell your story. Let someone else tell your story. But
Right.
see, they coerced him with money that he never got to see.
Did y'all hear that? Did y'all just hear what Andrew said? Daryl Johnson, along with Greenberg, they coerced R. Kelly as if he was getting paid for doing that interview, his reason for doing the interview, and he never got none of the money. Sad, 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 sad. These motherfucking people are just bloodsuckers, man. As if the man wasn't already going through enough. These motherfuckers come in and add to the situation instead of helping the situation. Man, one man, how do one man continue to have so much unfortunate luck when it comes to people, man? When it comes to people, crazy, man. Crazy. Then Daryl Johnson, the same person who gonna tell this man, try to get R. Kelly caught up with a cell phone in prison. Daryl Johnson, the same person tried to get R. Kelly caught up with a cell phone in prison. The dude is nothing but a criminal. He came in lying. Came in lying. Like he was a Daryl Johnson comes in lying as if he was a crisis manager for Bill Cosby. They hurry up and hush that up real quick. But despite that, Greenberg still brung in Daryl Johnson. Despite him lying off the rip. And that is a good question. If R. Kelly didn't get the money, who got the money? Well, it seems as if J-Rock, it seems as if Greenberg and Daryl Johnson was two in the same. It seems like Greenberg and Daryl Johnson were two of the same. Welcome everybody that's just coming in the chat.
And you never know who they're putting around you to set you up. Go back, man, to those.
Listen at what he's saying.
Godfather movies.
Listen, I need y'all. This is one of the most powerful statements that he made in this whole interview. And I need for everybody that's listening right now, make sure y'all hit that like button. Make sure y'all hit that likes button. Make sure y'all subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. But listen to the statement that he's about to make. And this statement that he's about to make is 1,000% accurate.
Your story. Let someone else tell your story. But see, they coerced him with money that he never got to see. And you never know who they're putting around you to set you up. Go back, man, to those Godfather movies. And I tell everybody, I said, the Italians which they made the Italian mafia part of American history, believe it or not.
Hold on. I saw my brother Malik in here. I saw my big brother Malik in here. He big on the Italian movies. He big on these mob movies. My brother Malik, this one right here, this one for you right here, bro. I know you gonna love this one. I'll be dropping the thing right after this, man, so we can talk about it.
Tell your story. Let someone else tell your story. But see, they coerced him with money that he never got to see. And you never know who they're putting around you to set you up. Go back, man, to those Godfather movies. Now I tell everybody, I said the Italians, which they made the Italian mafia part of American history, believe it or not. but go back.
Oh, we glitching. We glitching, y'all. I'm gonna let y'all hear it. Let me see. We got a little glitch, man. Let me drop the thing in the thing. Levi say. Let me see. Let's see. I want to hear him finish that. Hold on.
They coerced him with money that he never got to see. And you never know who they're putting around you to set you up. Go back, man, to those Godfather movies. Now I tell everybody, I say mafia part of American history, believe it or not. but go back and look at those movies. The people who would set somebody up was always on the inside. It was part of someone connected to the family, right? Yeah. But see, the way the Italians had it set up, they had the local law enforcement. They had all of that on lock. Mm-hmm. But the Jewish mafia had the federales. Mm-hmm. And the Jewish mob is the ones that took down the Italian mob. Go look at the history, study the history. And when you understand who controls and owns the industry, the entertainment industry, the record businesses, the television network, Jewish guys. Yep.
There y'all have it, man. There y'all have it. Now I want to see what y'all think about this. I want to see what y'all got to say about this. What about that? What y'all think about the brother Andrew? What y'all think about the brother Andrew? Just a second, y'all. Hold on just a second, y'all. Hold on. Okay, we got the link in the chat now, y'all. We got the link in the chat now. Man, come on up. Let's talk about it, man. Let's talk about it. You never know who they putting around you to bring you down. You never know who they putting around you to bring you down. And most of the time, when people of that caliber is taken down, it's mostly an inside job. It's mostly done from the inside. It's mostly done from the inside. Also, he spoke to the degree of, what up, J Rock? I know you coming up here, J Rock. Yo, what up?
What's going on, everybody?
What's up, El Jefe?
So I'm going to say greetings and salutations. I'm not going to stay long. I always say that, but this is sad on many levels. First and foremost, for those who didn't hear the newest motion, I'm unclear if it was dropped last night, yesterday, or today, but I did and was privy to hear and see all 41 pages. In regards to the guy, I think you said his name was Antoine that was speaking?
Andrew Wyatt.
Okay. Mr. Andrew, he has several great points. First of all, if they said they were going to pay him, he should have gotten paid, or whomever has the money should give him the money. But the sad part about it is they caught him at his lowest point because they knew he was desperate for money. So what they did was they used one of the oldest techniques in the book called the Great Jackass Method, where you dangle a carrot in front of a donkey, and as long as he proceeds for the carrot, all is well. But when he stops, you kick him in the ass. So what kind of happened was they caught him at a point to which he was unable to make a better decision, and he made a decision definitely was emotional based, but more financial based than anything. And if you know anything about being in some kind of trouble, when your money run out, it's kind of like your luck ran out because you can't properly seek the proper people to handle the situation to which you need handled, if you kind of get the drift of what I'm saying.
Mm-hmm.
In regards to the gentleman talking about the Italian mob versus the Jewish mob, I've known for a long time the Jewish mob was on top. And this piggybacks off of a conversation I had with Brooke, because she thought that the reason why Bill Cosby went to jail was because of the allegations. And what I had to explain to her was they put Bill Cosby in jail because he was trying to buy NBC. And them Jews wasn't having him trying to buy that network because of the power he had. He was probably one of the few blacks that they felt threatened by in regards to being able to put money behind the most biggest form of media there is, which is television and radio.
Mm-hmm.
So If y'all think it was about them and not downplaying the situation, but it wasn't about that. It was about they knew that man was in position to buy CBS and NBC, and they knew he had some people with him, some heavy hitters. With that being said, again, being privy to the indictment or the motion that came today, it in the Chicago case, it doesn't look good because of this motion is kind of airtight because it's play-by-play. And it's not only a play-by-play with witnesses and testimony, it's a play-by-play of your man kind of admitting certain things he did. So before anybody goes to judge and you read it, be mindful that he admits certain things. He admits going to the Bahamas and Bermuda with, I believe it's minor 1 and 2, or one's family and with one. Like, it's certain things he says he actually did. Don't make it right, don't make it wrong, and just make it what he said. It's sad because somebody earlier said the double jeopardy thing, and I said that in the beginning that it looks like double jeopardy and you can't be charged twice for the same crime. But upon hearing the Chicago motion is not written like the New York motion. I mean, yeah. And again, I'm not the best advocate on it because I don't follow it that close like others. So I'm just giving you my version of what I heard. And like, it's a few people who feel as though that he has a chance in Chicago. And they feel that if he was prosecuted first in Chicago, everything else would go differently. And like I have to explain to people, I get what you're saying, but nobody in the history of racketeering has beaten the RICO, let alone had the RICO overturned. I think it was one person somebody mentioned that actually did it, but his charges weren't this severe. But again, you're going up against the most biggest entity that there is. You know, it's like, you know, if you are familiar with the town, local police got so much authority, and depending upon how you feel about local police, some people feel like F beat cops. But you hear very few people say F the FBI boys. The ABC boys is a whole nother ballgame. It's like, you know, if you know anything about the underworld, you need a lot of money to beat the federal government. And what usually happens is, in cases against the federal government, your money run out before your luck.
Why you think is that they chose only this case with R.Kelly to bring a RICO act against, when you have much more severe cases when you talk about Jeffrey Epstein, who was transporting females to this island or whatever, these girls to this island and back and forth. So, you know, that's it's more so like some of the questions that, you know, that people have, you know, why is it, you know, it seems selective, you know what I'm saying? You know, it's just, you know, it's just a little, it's all about, it's just questions, you know what I'm saying? The biggest thing is just questions.
Well,
You know,
from what I know about the Jeffrey Epstein case, I believe he's dead, but I also believe that they say he's alive and he's fled the country to somewhere where there's no extradition. He's off the radar, off the grid. What happens is this, and this is the best analogy I can give you about the R. Kelly thing. You know how you at a red light and you getting on the highway and somebody look at you and you look at them and y'all ready to go at the, you know, a little jive, little friendly race, and then somebody else look. So it's three of y'all on the highway, everybody going all in. But you got a speed trap where you got two state troopers. You know how the troopers sit in the middle of the highway and one facing each direction? And what happens is when the trooper pull out, somebody accelerates and somebody follows behind. And then what somebody do is they going to just take the ticket. He just happened to get caught in the trap. Everybody else went through. Epstein went through, and then I guess, again, they say he's allegedly to be dead, but allegedly to still be alive. So let's just say he's deceased. So you can't go after Epstein again. Somehow they made it seem like they made a screw up in the Bill Cosby thing. Bill Cosby free. Wasn't nobody else left to get but the one with the least amount of money. Because mind you, Bill Cosby got his hit, but Bill Cosby had not only enough money to fight it or continue to fight, but he had that kind of power. Even as you look at it, when Bill went through what he went through, they didn't cut off his money source. You still saw reruns of the Cosby Show and A Different World, and all the other shows he produced was still in syndication. They Me Too'd R.Kelly. They cut that man bread off. They dropped him from every streaming site. Artists who did records with R.Kelly that was big, like Celine Dion, she stopped singing the song that they had together at her residency in Vegas. When you cut somebody money source off and they become desperate, look at how vulnerable you are. It's like as a man, sometimes you be feeling down, but you'll get that haircut. You get that haircut, take that hot shower. You know what I mean? Put them Bugle Boy jeans on, that polo shirt, and them crispy Air Force Ones. You feel like new money. But what makes you feel like new money is the haircut. And you went home and put some fresh on. Just imagine not being able to go put no fresh on. Because financially, you can't do it. Financially, you had all of this money to do whatever you want when you want. And now, not only don't you have a stash, you don't even have residual money coming because they cut it off. It's kind of like Jay-Z say, to kill a nigga in blood is nothing. You make a motherfucker die breathing, then you saying something. It's like he was dead. He was literally dead, but still breathing.
Good point. Welcome, Uncle Levi, to the
Hey,
chat.
what's up?
What's up?
How you brothers doing?
All right.
Great.
Praise God. Who's on here with me right now?
We got Malik and we got J Rock.
Hey, what's up, brother J Rock and brother Malik?
What's
I just
going
want to
on?
throw.
What's up, Levi?
Hey, my dear brother. I just want to throw in.
Spoke to you, Levi, man. What's going on? Been a long time.
Is that right, brother? Well,
Yeah, man. It's my first time speaking with you.
Word up. Yeah, the pleasure's all mine, my dear brother. I guess you done heard so many damn rumors and slander about me. Stop, boy. Hold on a second, y'all.
He getting out. He must see a girlfriend or something. J Rock, what you got going on this Saturday?
Man, let me tell you, just trying to stay cool in this heat. Like you know how I go down. Because I'm here in Texas, so you know how hot it's been down here.
I'm in Texas with you.
Man. So I guess my only question is, what side of the 100 are you on?
Shit, I'm probably on about 105. Well, I ain't been out there today.
We hovering around 101.
Word up. I apologize about that, you guys. I was saying to J Rock, when people tell me this is my first time speaking with you, or this is I don't know how to take that, because there have been so many words of slander and rumor and
rumors.
You feel me? And those who are weak-minded, they buy into it. So, I'm liked, I'm disliked, loved, hated. You know what I'm saying? But I don't trip. You feel me? Um, but I wanted to add something to what I want to add my little 2 cents here, and that is this: the one benefit, boy, don't start. The one benefit that I've had being around Robert and just being, introduced to certain circles is that I find that most people just don't understand how debaucherous, how filthy, how cutthroat, how immoral the music and entertainment and movie industries are, all being one industry. Um, if you really take into consideration when you have individuals, I don't care if you're a man or a woman, and you are given celebrity, you are held up on a pedestal where individuals literally make you a god besides God, and you're not strong enough to reject that. Then you add to the industry in which you belong, where anything you want, just about, in the way of drugs, drinks, sex, men, women, and when it comes to most of those demons that run that industry, even young children, it is a very, very ungodly world. And for that reason, I never had no desire to be around it. To be honest with you, with Rob, like what turned me off was the fakery, not with him, but those around him. And um, I was always turned off by that. Like, you meet a lot of females. Just knowing Robert, you're gonna meet a lot of females. But if you are not strong, you will find yourself doing twosomes, then threesomes, foursomes. Then you look up, you're in orgies, and you'll find yourself giving yourself over to that immorality. So I always, like in my life, I've never done a threesome. I was offered plenty of them, but I just don't get off into that. So when a lot of people question Levi, they must understand that my relationship with my cousin has always been a spiritual relationship. And he recognizes me as that person who is always spiritual. I'm looking at everything spiritual. Even this upcoming Chicago trial, I'm looking at it spiritually. When I heard the brother speaking about how the odds are stacked against him in Chicago, and I heard the other brother speaking about how the Jews run the industry and this, that, and the third. One thing we cannot deny is that this environment, the stage that has been set for Robert, is the perfect stage for God to intervene. God, when he intervenes, we don't know. God has performed trillions of miracles, trillions and trillions of miracles. We don't know of those miracles. But I'll tell you this, we do know about Moses being at the Red Sea, whether you see it as just a fable or metaphoric or not. We have heard the stories of Daniel being placed in a lion's den, the 3 Hebrew boys being placed in the furnace. God acts when there's a consensus amongst the human family where ain't no way R.Kelly can get out of this. There's no way. The laws that were broken to put him in this is unbelievable. I mean, they have violated so many laws, their own laws, in order to do this. And when you see someone coming at someone the way they've been coming at him, violating laws and targeting him and totally castigating and maligning him and castrating him in the media, you begin to, as I now understand, know how special Robert is, how special he is. Is he special in the sense where he's more closer to God than we are? No, 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 no. It's just that as Satan is now seeking to use him as an example, it is up to Almighty God and Almighty God alone to decide whether or not he wants to intervene. But getting back to this immorality, man, let me tell you something. What they're accusing Robert of, man, Holly Weird. If you all just start researching Jerry Lewis and all of the ones who have been at the top of that field in Hollywood, most of them had horrible sexual appetites. Most of them. It is commonplace in the music industry for individuals to sleep with, I'm talking about minors, boys and girls. It's commonplace. I can say for the record that if Robert was anywhere close to the monster that they portray him to be, I would have known about it. Anybody that knows me will have to know, you would have to at least say, well, I think Levi is very perceptive. I think Levi is very observant. Like I'm an observant dude. And I have seen this man politely turn down opportunities to sleep with this one and that one. Then when you look at his body of work and his catalog, it'll be damn near impossible for that man to be out here jumping out of vans and snatching young girls up and doing all these things with that kind of catalog. His body of work and the man hours that he put into building his catalog, it is unmatched. You don't know any artist that has produced and written more songs than Robert. You know, but once again, yes, he was targeted. He was targeted by the entertainment powers that be, so-called powers that be. He was targeted by one individual who the late, great Tupac Shakur warned us all about. When we was outside back in the day listening to Tupac, we didn't think much of it. But Tupac, being godly inspired, brought it to the people. And he told each and every one of us that he was sitting downstairs waiting for Quincy Jones' daughter to come down, according to Tupac. And as he's sitting down there and Quincy Jones walks in, hey, how you doing? How you doing? And he said Quincy Jones approached him. Y'all could Google it. I mean, go on YouTube and hear it for yourself. Now, his daughter's upstairs coming down, getting dressed to go out with Tupac. And Quincy Jones approached him like he was approaching, you know, like he was saying, go, can you reach in the refrigerator and give me a soda? Or can you please close the door? Or can you please, do you want something to eat? You want a sandwich? He was speaking to him in the most calm way. And he says to Tupac, I want to perform oral sex on you. Think about that. And Tupac said, what? So that tells you how commonplace that kind of stuff is in an industry, in that industry. It tells you the power of a Quincy Jones. And when you think Quincy Jones, you got to understand something, man. You're talking about a man who has been a gatekeeper of that industry for over 50 years. Way before Rob was even thought of. You're talking about a man who basically, you know, was best friends with Ray Charles. Best friends with Ray Charles. And Ray Charles, if you read his writings, Ray Charles talks about a man that I met, a woman that I've seen in Detroit. And that is Aretha Franklin and her father. Don't take Levi's word for it. Google it. And listen to what Ray Charles said. Ray Charles, who was a staple in the music industry, and the religious order has always been a part of the music industry, always. The Bible says we war not against flesh and blood, but principalities and unseen forces in high places. In every region or country that was taken over by these devils, they didn't come in with their swords and like that. No, they came in small numbers, but they came in with missionaries. They came in with people professing to be of Jesus and spreading the good word. So please understand me when I say that the religious order has always been a part of that same cabal that controls the world. This is why Jesus, when he was taken up, when he was up on a mountain praying, Satan appeared unto him and said, I can give you all of this. He didn't say I can give you all of this, but except the church. No, the church is involved in it also. So when you consider Ray Charles's words, it should tell you what R.Kelly was in. It should tell you how we live in a world that is really 5-6 dimensional. What we see and what we perceive is an illusion. These celebrities that we look up to, we see them in their Bentleys, we see them in their mansions, we see them in all of the things that Satan has given them and what they've been able to acquire through their service to Satan the devil. That's a fact. However, the words of Ray Charles is something that should stick in each and every one of our minds forever. Ray Charles said, I've been around this music industry, entertainment industry for a long time. And he said, I've seen a lot of sexual debauchery. He said, I've seen a lot of group sex orgies, bisexuality, homosexuality, trisexuality, you name it. Ray Charles was hoish. Your Ray Charles had a lot of women. He said, but I never seen in my life what I saw at New Bethel Baptist Church in Detroit. That's over there off Linwood. At one time when I was growing up as a child, it was a staple in Detroit. New Bethel. It's a historical site. He said that he was asked to attend service at Aretha Franklin's church. God bless the dead. Reverend C.L. Franklin, may God give him his justice. I don't know what it is. However, he says Reverend C.L. Franklin, at the time, keep in mind, Reverend C.L. Franklin preceded Dr. King. Reverend C.L. Franklin had albums out and had radio shows talking about civil rights before Dr. King. Reverend C.L. Franklin had a national audience before Dr. King. So he said he went to the church. It was a normal church service. People singing and praising the Lord, according to Ray Charles. And I know he wasn't lying. I don't think that man would just sit and lie like that. He said after the church service was over, he said, okay, where are we going from here? He's blind. Okay, what's the next thing? And the person who was with him said, we're going to stay here. And he said, what? What's going on? They serving food? And the person said to Ray Charles, hey, we serving more than food once these parishioners and once people leave. So when the general public left that church, a church that I rode past several times growing up in Detroit, a church that I respected and always viewed as a spiritual hub for Black progress and Black spirituality. According to Ray Charles, they said, just stay right here. We serving more than food. Ray Charles said after the general public left that church, every man and every woman who was in the loop, who was a part of that organization, started taking their clothes off in the pews. In the pews, according to Ray Charles. In the church. In the pews. And conducted one of the biggest orgies he had ever seen. And according to Ray Charles, listen to my words. Google it if you think I'm lying. Ray Charles said, and I'm going to tell you, he said it was men on men and women on women. Women on men, men on women. But he said it was also men on men and women on women. I have a question, y'all. The money that Reverend C.L. Franklin was handling, he was that man. As a child, I saw Reverend C.L. Franklin in a barber shop on Grand River a couple of times as a child. And when Reverend C.L. Franklin came in and rolled down the street with his hair in finger waves and with that big giant Cadillac, and black people bowed at his feet. So we know he had money. So my question is, are you trying to tell me that Reverend C.L. Franklin couldn't rent a house for that? He couldn't rent a hall for that? He couldn't designate a building for their freakish acts? No, he chose and they chose to do it right there in the church. Meaning what? It was a spiritual orgy in service to Satan. Ray Charles is Quincy Jones. One of his, when he was alive, they go way back. It's sad that we don't know just what Robert was presented with. I don't even want to ask him, to be honest with you, because I already know. I don't want to ask him that. But when you don't play ball in that club, if you ain't down with the get down, and if you have any spiritual attachment or any remnants of how you were raised, see, Rob, like a lot of us, were raised by mothers and grandmothers for the most part, even grandfathers, but mainly grandmothers and mothers. Most of us didn't have fathers in our lives, should I say. But most of us were raised by praying mothers and praying grandmothers, and they taught us how to love God and how important God was. So when you get to those heights that Robert got to, and you got those doors in front of you, right there in front of you, and you're told, like Satan told Jesus on top of that mountain, do you want to get to 1 billion? Do you want to have 5, 6 mansions? Forget about the money we've taken from you. We give you that times 100. Do you want to be writing songs for Disney and Steven Spielberg? Do you want to have the world of entertainment in your hand? And you say, I would love that. And they say, okay, but you got to go on that door. And you go on that door and see what's in that door, behind that door, man. Come on, I'm done when I say this. If you have any God in you, you're going to say, no, thank you. No, thank you. And I know Robert has that God, amount of God in him where he turned it down. And by turning it down, this is when the conspiracy started. And this is when he turned it down, began the takedown. And I'll be quiet and listen to you, brothers.
Brother Levi.
Yes, sir.
Man, you got my utmost respect. Always. But, and respectfully, I listened to everything you said thoroughly, even down to the Jay Leno, the Woody Allen, with the exception of Woody Allen. Something about Jay Leno. And again, Jay Leno, Jerry Lewis, they Jews. They Jewish. Even so, when you use the scenario, which is my first time hearing about Quincy Jones and Tupac.
You could Google it, brother. Go ahead.
I'm not disputing it. I'm just saying it. Even down to you said the breakdown about what happened in church about man on man, woman on woman, woman on man. None of what you mentioned had anything to do with a child. And the accusations brought up against him are about children. We're not talking about once. We're talking about repeatedly. And for you to say that you never had a threesome and a foursome, I get that. That's just not some people's kick. And everybody in power don't necessarily get that same option. I know some L7 dudes who done had threesomes and foursomes. I know some dudes who turned them down. My thing is, if 6 of us see a basketball and 6 of us know it's a basketball and one of us says it's a soccer ball, something ain't right. My issue and my question is, at what point in us having the broadest of opinions do we look at it from the aspect of, these actions, they continuously say they are against children.
Well, can I interject just for a question? Where were the children in the New York case?
Okay, I'm unclear about that, but wasn't one of the young girls initially underage and their relationship continued to when they crossed 18?
Jane Doe number 5 was 17.
Never.
Alleged.
The initial relationships was at the age. No, she was 18, and then she was 18 to get in the club. Then she got in the club and told the bouncer that she was 17. Once she got inside the club, So initially meeting her, according to the transcript, when the police officers came to the hotel room, she presented an identification to the officer stating that she was 18 years of age.
Okay.
I'm listening to you, brother. I just want a chance to respond, but I'm listening to you.
It's a messy situation. You know what I'm saying? Like you give an officer an identification card, and they give it back to you and say, "Okay, well, y'all have a nice day," and we suspecting the other person, the brother, to just say, that's like confirmation. You know what I'm saying? I'm asking you, are you 18? You told me you're 18. You show me ID saying you're 18. Now you come and meet me. The police come in 30 minutes after you get here. You present the same ID to the officer. You pass for 18, and then here we go. Now 6 months down the road, is alleged that you told me that you was only 17. This is in the transcript.
Is that Malik?
Yeah, Malik is in here. That was big vibe. I made that reference, but
yeah, who was that speaking before you? Though, was that Brother Malik?
That was Malik. Yeah. What up, David?
Yeah, Brother Malik. I wanted you to. I don't want to take up all the time, but I wanted you were addressing me, and I wanted you to finish your point so I can respond.
All right, y'all have at it, man. Malik and Levi, I'm finna eat me some food quick.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And then I'm not gonna be long. Brother Malik, are you still there? Okay, he about to got away from the phone. Let me respond to what he said thus far. First of all, what he said, nothing that I mentioned included minors when I describe what goes on in the entertainment industry. It far exceeds sleeping with minors. What I am alleging is that these people literally sacrifice children, sacrifice babies. Listen, these babies and children that disappear, you don't know what happened to them. Only God knows whether or not they were placed on an altar and sacrificed and their blood dripped over an orgy of people having sex, debaucherous sex. What I was saying to Brother Malik when I talked about what took place at Aretha Franklin's father's church, I was only pointing out the sexual debauchery that is commonplace in the entertainment industry that would make Robert's situation look like normal. Now, I have to say this to Brother Malik, as I've said 1,000 times. See, the problem with defending my cousin is this. No one is willing, with the exception of myself and a few other people, to say, this is why I don't respect most of the so-called R. Kelly supporters. Because they're not willing to say, and they don't even know this man, but they're not willing to say or express their disdain or their disagreement or dissatisfaction with a 45, 46, 47, 48-year-old man having sexual relations with a 17 or 18-year-old. They're not willing to say that. I've said it 1,000 times. I love my cousin, but I disagree with a lot of his moral decisions. I don't agree with that. Now that I've said that, it allows me to defend him properly. It allows me to say, while I don't agree with the moral aspect of this, I must fight tooth and nail for him as it pertains to the legal aspect of this. If people would just get past that, if people would just get past and quit lying so damn much and say it what it is and call it what it is. R. Kelly, if every young lady that he was sleeping with was one day over the age of 18 years old, they would still say lock him up for the rest of his life because they disagree with a 45-year-old man sleeping with an 18-year-old. A 30-year-old man sleeping with a 18, 17, 16-year-old. But what I was saying to Brother Malik is that trust me when I tell you, in that industry, it is commonplace. Is it right? No, but it is common. How old was Foxy Brown when she got with Jay-Z? How old was Beyonce when she got with Jay-Z? How old was Kimora when she got with Russell Simmons? And I can go down a list on and on and on and on and on. Prince and the woman he married, Mai Tai. Go Google, how old was Mai Tai when she first met Prince? Google it. She was a teenager. Jerry Seinfeld was dating a teenager in high school when he was 36, 37 years old.
Yeah.
I believe my child was 16, I think.
She was 16 when Prince first met her. You understand? So let's not get it twisted.
What's going on?
Let's not get it twisted. I don't agree with it. Oh, we have feedback.
What you mean?
Somebody's device is somebody's device is okay. Yeah, so I don't agree with it, but let's be clear. It's apples and oranges from what that industry is really about. I don't agree with it, but let's be clear that when Brother Malik, his statement, I'm gonna just give me 1 minute, y'all, and I'm done because I want the brothers to talk. His statement is absolutely indicative of why Robert is where he's at. A group, a cabal of mostly white people sitting in these goddamn mansions and high rises decided to make a docuseries called Surviving R. Kelly. And with that docuseries, them having complete control and ownership over the music industry, follow me, complete control over the music industry. It was these people who actually promoted the false narrative that R. Kelly sleeps with children, bro. That's a serious allegation. That's a serious allegation. If any of you saw a 17, 18-year-old catching the bus, outside walking at 11 o'clock at night, crossing the street at 11 o'clock at night. And that 17 and 18-year-old was almost hit by a car. All of us would say, young lady, be careful. What are you doing? You cross at the light. You almost got hit by a car. And she would say, oh, I'm sorry. But if any of us saw a fucking 8-year-old at 10 o'clock at night crossing the street, we would call the police. Because that 8-year-old is a child. That's a child. When you see 6 or 7, 8, 9-year-olds, 6-year-olds, 5-year-olds playing outside, those are children playing outside. But for Brother Malik to categorize 17, even 16-year-olds and say, well, R. Kelly sleeps with children, I would expect for you to be able to show me that he's sleeping with children. I tell you what, Brother Malik, I don't know if you ever, just say one of your nieces or any of us. I want you to walk up to a 17-year-old and say, excuse me, child. Child, come here. Call a 17-year-old a child and see what that 17-year-old says to you. I'm not a child. I'm a teenager or I'm a young teenage adult. But I call all young ladies, like I'll call a 5-year-old a baby, a 7-year-old, I say that's a baby. I call them babies. We speak how we speak. But it's wrong, Brother Malik, to say children. And that's what Charlemagne the Goddess, that's what all of these media folk that they trotted out and paid them to create that false narrative. This is what they did. How can it be? I know program directors personally at radio stations. I know. I saw one of them a couple of months ago. How could it be with all of these program directors with tens of thousands of radio stations across the whole country? How could it be in one day a memo goes out and says do not play R. Kelly, and all of them acquiesce? All of them stop playing R. Kelly. Shouldn't that tell you what it is? Could you find at least half of them that said, well, no, he hasn't been found guilty. We still gonna play R. Kelly. They sterilized and scourged the music landscape of not playing his songs because a directive went out from up top. So, Brother Malik, I would challenge you, and I would ask that you think about that when you say R. Kelly sleeps with children. You have Tyson Beckford on Vlad TV saying the same thing. He likes kids. He sleeps with kids. And that kind of inflammatory rhetoric and speech can lead to my cousin's death if the general public is not knowledgeable of what it actually is. And I'll be quiet and listen to y'all. I'm not going to say nothing else. Thank you for allowing me to speak so long. Any of y'all, go ahead, jump in.
Okay. First, let me clarify, because Miss Melanie seems to think I'm not listening. So, Miss Melanie, I'm listening correctly and clearly. I didn't say that he sleeps with children. I said all of the accusations are against him, that are being brought against him, are about children.
But that's not true, though.
Children. I didn't say that Brother Levi condones it either. I've been the first person to say that you are talking the difference between 17 versus 12. The mentality of that individual is totally different. I get the whole concept. But before you say I'm not listening, Miss Melanie, I want you to understand this one concept. If 25 people keep saying the same thing, something must be valid in there to a point. I'm not saying he did nor he didn't. I don't condone 25-year-olds sleeping with teenagers because they're children to me still. I got children that age. I don't condone grown men sleeping with women under a certain age because you probably have children who are that age. realistically speaking, every old man at some point wants a young woman to make him feel young again. I get that ego that some of us men have or some of us men don't have. What I am saying is, as screwed up as the industry is of entertainment and as much debauchery goes on, at some point, everybody has to make a conscious decision to either be a part or not. As far as them sacrificing children, I'm so far included. I understand. Like, a lot of people don't know about Pizzagate, and the world was told about Pizzagate and how far in it the Clintons are, as well as with a lot of politicians that are in office right now and high-profile people in the world. How they covered up Pizzagate and been trying to cover it up. When the doctor exposed them 3 years ago about Pizzagate and these certain little illnesses that children were coming to the hospital with, mysteriously, months later, he was killed. People sacrificing children is nothing new. And a lot of us are turning a blind eye to it because we tend to believe that everybody has the same morals and principles of us of sane mind, if you want to use that for a term. All I'm saying is, and I'll say again, when I heard the motion this morning, which I don't know if it came. Well, okay, Brother Levi, you can clarify this for me. Did the motion drop yesterday or this morning?
From my understanding, this morning.
Okay. Now, when I heard and read all 41 pages, it is written as if he's a menace towards children. Because they talk about some of these situations where teenagers were 12 or 13.
But, Brother Malik, I'm sorry, brother. Go ahead. I truly apologize. Go ahead, brother.
And again, it's not my position to judge or be the juror because I'm not in that position. I'm just merely saying, if you read it, it is written as if he's a menace towards children, meaning a group of females who are unable to make a rational decision for themselves.
I don't want to hog the thing, so let the other brother speak, and then I'll respond because that's disrespectful. Go ahead, brothers, if y'all have anything to say.
All right, I guess I'll go ahead and jump in right quick. Levi, I want to go back to the point that you brought up in regards to the goings-on that was going on in Aretha Franklin's father's church. I don't know if you ever get the chance, I want you to pull up the Beehive TV. Shout out to Big Gip from the Goody Mob. He interviewed him, and on the interview, he said when the Goody Mob first got on, he said one of the main things he realized was if you've been raised, they don't like you as far as the industry. Because that means if you've been raised, that means you come from something. He also mentioned one of the most powerful statements he said in the interview, and your story of Aretha Franklin's church confirmed what he said when he said that it's the devil that what is it about the industry when people say I'll do whatever to get in, as far as getting in. And Big Gibb said it's the devil's playground when God ain't involved. The story you just said about Aretha Franklin's church confirmed exactly what he said and how the debauchery was in regards to it. If you get a chance, check it out, man. There's a 7-minute clip. He goes into it all. But
yes, sir.
More than 2 hours, but he's very deep, very powerful. I just want anybody.
Yeah, I've seen the show before. I didn't see that particular clip. I'm going to reference it, go look at it. But Beehive, yeah, I messed with him here in Atlanta. And old boy from Ghetto Mafia be on there with him. Yeah, I messed with them. But go ahead and finish, brother.
Yeah, and see the thing about it, like you said, I haven't had a chance to see the motion. Because the way everything is twisted, how words are being used. Like I think you mentioned Levi before about being a wordsmith and using words and being used as weapons. Early hip hop has already been evidence of that. From the KRS-Ones to the Chuck D's, we already know how powerful words can be and how the context can change from those words so quickly. And
Yes, sir. Like they'll say school age children in the indictment. See, they'll say middle school age, and wait, hold on, just say the age of the child. Say the age. You ain't got to say school age like that. They do that. It's all word trickery. But go ahead, brother.
it's all about trickery, because one of the trickery was when you mentioned Surviving R. Kelly. I guess it was never mentioned that Surviving R. Kelly had 5 alleged sexual predators involved in that docuseries. Funny how that part never really got mentioned. And we're talking about, you mentioned Charlemagne the God being one. Another one was Torre, because you just mentioned, because he kind of mentioned the same question when he asked R. Kelly in an interview, talking about, do you like teenage girls? And when R. Kelly said, how old are we talking? Now, we all know you got 18, 19, and 20. That was his stress. But he tried to put it in a span. We talking about 16, 14, 12, 13, whatever the case may be. But he always tried to put it in a way to make it seem like, oh yeah, he like teenage girls. Now he probably was referring, and R. Kelly probably referring in his mind like, well, I got 18-year-old, 19-year-old friends. But as far, because he said in a previous interview, as far as anybody underage illegal, no. But they made it a point to try to re-emphasize that teenage girl part, which is exactly what you said in the statement you just mentioned about school age.
Right. Absolutely. And let me say this also that pertains to what that paperwork that dropped this morning that Brother Vi was referring to. I'm going to say this openly. The Bible referred to these people, that's the book now, as the father of the lie. In the book, I think it was Paul who says that their very language is a lie. To lie and deceive. Now, am I saying what's in the paperwork is not true? I'm saying the Holy Quran says whenever someone brings you information about someone, bad information on someone, the Holy Quran says you must question who's bringing you the information. I would challenge that same judicial body and those who drew up those indictments on my cousin. I would challenge them to issue a statement on the sexual life of Elvis and Priscilla Presley. I would challenge them to talk about Jerry Seinfeld dating a high schooler. They're not going to do it. But what is more interesting, brothers, is that are you trying to tell me that we live in a society, which I don't agree with it, that we are supposed to be so repulsed and, oh my God, R. Kelly slept with a 17-year-old or 16-year-old. Oh my God, lock him up forever. But right now, when we get off this live, every black man with a cell phone who is listening to me, you can't damn near go and look at your timeline without something from TikTok popping up with a young black girl half naked twerking and shaking her ass. You could see her titties. You could see her vagina print, the camel toe. You can see the cheeks of her natural ass, and some of them are 14, 15, 16 years old, which is a breeding ground for those who seek to sexually exploit young women. You understand? So we can't have it both ways. If our society is opposed to it, they should raise the laws. They should say, well, in order for a person has to be at least 30 years old to have sex with a person that's 24. But even the federal laws say as long as a child, I say child is 18, they can go with a damn 80-year-old. That's what the federal laws say. And then I'll say this much. that the people who founded the Constitution, 80% of them didn't even like women, young or old. These are perverted white men with goddamn wigs on, sitting there drawing up the Constitution. They ain't even like women. Most of them prefer the same sex. So I'll ask this question and I'm done. Even though in our society, I don't agree with it, how I was raised, but are you trying to tell me that God frowns upon a 45-year-old man, 48-year-old man sleeping with a 17-year-old female more than he frowns upon two men, two women? That's all I'm asking. Because there was a time, just like they're prosecuting my cousin, there was a time that if two men or two women were caught in those acts, it was federally illegal. If y'all remember, I think it was Obama who had to lift, and Clinton had to lift stuff in the military for that same-sex marriage deal. But if they had to pass legislation and lift legislation up, that means it was illegal at one time. All I'm saying, man, is that to keep pushing this false narrative that R. Kelly sleeps with children only bears witness how powerful their tongues are. How powerful, when they say, the Bible says their tongues walk all over the planet. The tongues, he said, the tongues walk all over the earth, spreading lies and rumors and just the architects of the damn lie. The architects of the lie. A man was running an enterprise, a RICO, but you don't see but one or two people sitting there with him. Stop it. They even said in their own, from their allegations, he started a music career, according to them, so he can exploit young girls. That's was the reason why he started singing. That's like saying Michael Jordan started playing basketball so he can get young girls, or any basketball, football player, any entertainer. If you're heterosexual, that's why they have the cheerleaders. Because when you play basketball, all the girls like you. What does that have to do with someone saying, well, because he's in the NBA, he started his NBA career only for the purpose to run an enterprise and exploit young girls? It's preposterous, man. It's preposterous. I'll be quiet and listen to you guys.
You know what, Levi? I'm going to piggyback on that point because I think that is the most egregious insult to R. Kelly. And the reason why I say that is because think about all those times he performed on the L train, by the L train. All those times he was street performing. The time that he went from Chicago to LA to try to get his career taken off in a different level, then coming back, then performing on shows, then getting his money stolen from managers, then fighting whatever he can to get a deal. He did all that just to actually try to get access to older women, to younger women or young girls, as they put it. My question is this: if that's the case, who wrote the songs?
Right.
Because you're pretty much trying to say that R. Kelly is Milli Vanilli. Because there's no way that a man with that type of work ethic, that type of musical gift, who has not just wrote songs from himself, but wrote for other artists. And I'm talking about the level that he actually breathed new life into careers. R. Kelly's breathed new life into more careers than EMTs giving CPR to patients. But he gonna use that to try to get access to young women and girls. That's an insult to all the hard work that man put in to become what I've consistently called him as the greatest singer-songwriter of the modern era. I just want to say that.
There's no question about that, brother. Who's that? Somebody up here is not speaking. What's the brother that's not saying nothing?
Yeah, I'm this brother David. I'm just listening, man. You know,
what up, brother David? That's Chicago.
What's up, big guy? What's going on? Finally get to hear the great. You got it, man. Just taking it all in. Man, number one. Say that again.
What's happening with you, Dave? This is J-Rock, man. How you doing?
What's going on, J-Rock? And then we got brother Malik. Is that brother Malik?
What's going on, D?
Okay. And Levi for Kelly. It's my first time hearing him, I guess, in person or catching the whole thing. So what's up, everybody?
What's going
Hey,
on?
brother. Hey, brother. How you doing, brother? And you're always welcome to come in when I have my panels, bro. Anytime you want to come in.
Okay.
Hey,
Yes, sir.
That's good to know.
I'm interested in knowing what you think so far about what we were all of us were discussing in the most way of brotherly love. This is not an argument. We're just men with opinions. And what's your thoughts on it, brother?
Yeah, well, I got thoughts and opinions for sure. I feel like, man, in America, they got a age that it's okay. It's consensual. Now, everybody might not go with that, but that is what it is. My thing with R.Kelly, as far as what he going through, is not so much as having anything to say about that, about accusation. It's more so about how they doing them in the courts. What I
Yes.
figure to be an injustice in the court.
Yes,
All
brother.
the baby killing stuff and the sacrificing, it's not hard to believe. It really actually makes sense, especially with the push, the abortion, and how these people acting about the overturn of Roe v. Wade. You would think that it's actually something else going on behind it, because it could not just be wanting people to, I just don't understand the intensity with which they fighting that. So, yeah, I mean, other than that, man, I'm just listening to what y'all saying.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I just want to just highlight to the brothers and
Now
to
I can't hear
everybody.
you. I gotta come out and come back in because I can't hear y'all.
Oh, okay. I wanted to highlight to the brothers and sisters that's listening to this that
Yes.
we have to admit that there are certain aspects and lifestyles that we have not been privy to, that we have not lived or been around. I'll put it to you that way. Just been around certain lifestyles, certain groups, certain tax brackets. And I think Kanye West said it best in one of his songs when he said, the people highest up got the lowest self-esteem. And then one of his songs, the people highest up got this lower self-esteem. It is a lifestyle that I would never envy. I would never, be quiet, boy. I would never envy that lifestyle, ever envy it. Because what's behind those doors, you have to be a strong person and raised right. Like the brother Big Gibbs said, you got to be raised right to deny that stuff. And to be honest with you, I'm of the belief from a spiritual perspective that man or woman should never be worshipped. I don't believe in celebrity. I reject that. I don't like that celebrity thing. I don't like people falling out faint. Let me tell you something. I've been with my cousin drinking 40 ounces, sitting on the porch. And we'll go downtown Detroit, and I've literally seen people like the nigga, just a regular nigga. And when I would see, he would go to the hotel, sound check, go to the hotel, and we outside, I think, of the Book Cadillac off Michigan one day, and he's standing outside the tour bus talking. I mean, my God, just to see people damn near crashing into walls and women jumping out and young ladies jumping out, just screaming and yelling and just screaming. And I would always look at them, and he would tell y'all very soon that Levi's not lying. I would always say to him, I would say, man, what's so funny is that they don't even know you are just like them. Regular as hell. He would say, I know. He would just laugh, and he's just such a regular dude. And, I just hate that he's had to go through this, y'all. But let me be quiet and listen to y'all.
I want to say I get your point, and some of us, as I'll say, civilians, meaning not in the industry, we put that battery into the back of low self-esteem superstars, meaning they put their pants on the same way you do, they urinate, shower, stuff a lot, walk, talk the same way you do. They may use a different vernacular, walk slightly different due to geography based on how you stroll, strut, or glide. But they are just like you. And a lot of them, you're right. They wish they could just be plain old folks and don't have to have a massive security team. I remember one day, me and some partners walked into TGI Friday here in Baltimore. This was just before Deion Sanders retired. He played his last year in Baltimore. And him and another Raven was sitting in the Fridays. So when we walked in, everybody was like, oh my God, oh my God. So my man, like, yo, who in the spot? Like, what's up? What's up? And they like, yo, Deion and them is sitting right there. So now, I don't know if all Fridays are made alike, but you know how you come in, you got the little joint where they wait to be seated, then you got the bar off to your left or right.
Exactly.
Right. So when we came in, Deion and his teammate was sitting maybe 2 seats into where you go into the table. So we was like, hey, yo, what's up, primetime, baby? What's going on? And we kept walking. So we like, what's all the hoopla about? So when we were leaving, my man said to Deion, hey, man, yo, I appreciate you coming to Baltimore to play your last year or whatever. You know, I followed you your career. Yo, you one of my favorite athletes. And Deion was like, yo, I appreciate the compliment. You know, thank you. And y'all have a blessed day. And we left. So upon us leaving, some more folks is coming in. And you can hear, oh, my God. And we like, I know that must be kind of a good thing for a celebrity to hear, but sometimes it's like, yo, damn, I'm just trying to have a meal. Like, I'm not asking for the accelerated fanfare. Like, the same way you sitting down and eating, I'm trying to eat. You know what I'm saying? Not saying I don't appreciate the love, but can I just have my meal in peace for a second and just be Deion? I don't want to be primetime. I just want to be Deion, eat my hamburger or whatever I'm eating. And as a celebrity, especially a celebrity of his stature, I can imagine, and not being rude, that wherever he's sitting now or has been sitting even throughout the course of time, he has to have taken that time to be like, damn, I wish I could just walk to the store and buy a Pepsi and walk back.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? Even down to the hoopla they made of when he got out of jail and him going to the McDonald's. It was a fucking fiasco at the McDonald's. Like, I mean, the fries is the shit. I mean, I can't take that back. McDonald's fries is it. But I'm just saying, like, even in the midst of that, by him going to McDonald's, he showed you, like, yo, I'm just a regular dude. Like, yo, just give me a number 3 and a Coke. Let me go sit in the corner and then go about my regular day. Or try to get back to just being a regular person. So a lot of what he's going through, I empathize, because to go from being Robbie on the South Side, sitting on Cadillac and Duval or whatever street, to living into the High Point community, and I'm assuming, Olympia Hills. I guess Olympia Hills is like equivalent to Beverly Hills or that shit in Chicago and in California where everybody live. You get what I'm saying? I guess it's Hyde Park. I guess it's like D shit. Stuff a lot for cussing. But at what point shall we factor in, like, yo, he's a human. He makes mistakes like anybody else. So where do we find leniency and the ability to look at the total picture? Because if you go off of certain things, he's been found guilty before he even knew what the charge was. And if you look at the court of public opinion, oh goddamn, they say he did it. He did it. The nigger did it. The nigger did it. Let's take his music off of this stream. And it's like, dang, like you're not even giving him a chance. Now, the only thing I will say, and I've said before, I definitely don't think he should have did the Gayle King thing. I think that whole Gayle King thing, and then him standing up with the Denzel Washington, I think that just made everything worse. I think that right there made everything 10 times worse.
Yeah, I think that if he had, which I suggested to him, done it live or had his cinematographer there and just filmed it himself and told them, well, y'all, we could do it like this, but if you cut out anything that I say, I'm going to put it out myself. I'm going to have my own cinematographer there because you're not going to play games with my words. If you recall, my brother, when Gayle King said to him, she says, basically, I think you're playing the victim in so many words. If you recall, he just put his head down because he knew she had ambushed him. She knew she had set him up. As an objective journalist, she should have never taken sides. She went back to the studio and said, in her own words, I wanted to tell those girls to pack your stuff and get out of there. She's part of the machine. She is. But as far as I myself personally, Brother Malik, even in hindsight, I didn't have a problem with the Gayle King interview because for the most part, if we were honest, we would all agree that he spoke the truth when he talked about the parents wanted him to have sex with the Jane Doe number 5. The things that have come out confirm that for the most part, what he was saying was true. It's just that he was targeted. I think that it's a very sad situation, man. When we consider how this world and the way this media machine works, it can destroy anyone. I always tell people that we've all heard the phrase, "The Lord giveth and the Lord taketh away." The Lord gives it and the Lord takes it away. And Satan's desire to be like the Most High. Satan will build you up. And at any time, if he want to take you down, he can take you down if you're not spiritually conscious and really, Muhammad Ali had a lot of women. He loved women. But they couldn't get to Muhammad Ali. They got to him physically as far as with his health. But for the most part, they could never get to Muhammad Ali because he had that circle of the Nation of Islam around him. He had that circle around him where they couldn't extort him and do all the things that they do to a lot of these entertainers. But all I can say, y'all, is follow the money. When it comes to the R.Kelly situation, there are billions of dollars at stake. Follow the money.
And don't leave out with the Muhammad Ali situation. They sent him a message with Sam Cooke.
They sure did.
The issue that took place was Sam Cooke.
They sure in the hell did.
Well, let me say this. And to piggyback off of what you were saying about the Gayle King.
Are y'all still there?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Yeah, I'm here also.
Yeah, I'm still here.
Sam Cooke.
I'm here too.
Sam Cooke started to run with
Hey, Val, you going in and out, bro.
If I still there?
Y'all good?
Yeah, I'm still here.
I might have to go to.
Yeah, Val, his sound went out. But before he jumped back in, let me finish if I can. I agree, but as crooked as the industry is, Levi, I want you to fill me on this.
Yeah, I'm switching over to the phone.
Okay. as crooked as the industry is, Levi, I always think back to this right here. And this is why I say again, sometimes somebody has to be sacrificed for the benefit of others. If we look back, right, now, I want everybody to respond to this question, and then I'm going to say what really transpired. I want everybody to think and name me, when I say Denzel Washington, tell me the best role he ever played, in your personal opinion.
Malcolm X, without a doubt. Malcolm X.
J-Rock?
I think it's between Malcolm X and the Hurricane.
Okay. I don't. It was D in my left. Who that in the bottom now?
Yeah, respect G Midas Spade, man.
Okay, it's still Dane?
Midas Spade. Midas
Okay.
Spade.
Midas, what
Yeah.
it is, Midas? I want
Yeah,
you to
you
give.
said respect, King.
Who do you think, or what role you think Denzel played the best role?
I think between Malcolm X and Mo Better Blues.
Okay. Now,
I'm a John Q fan, man.
okay. So now, up until then, what did he get an Oscar for?
Training Day.
Ain't that a bit?
That's right.
See,
Yeah, that's
see my
fact.
point? Out
Yes.
of everything that we could think of, and no pun intended, not taking the shot, nobody said Training Day was in their top series of movies for Denzel. It was Malcolm, Mo Better, Hurricane, John. Everything was something of a positive manner. But he got an Oscar for being a villain.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Out of everything R.Kelly did, and I'm be the first to admit, I Believe I Can Fly made people who had no self-esteem at all, and pardon me for saying this, and no disrespect, it was a lot of women who at one point were in a low state of depression, and a lot of men who were in a low state of depression. And when you heard I Believe I Can Fly, you thought you were the biggest and baddest thing on earth. That song made people totally look at themselves differently. But yet and still, all of that is overshadowed by this situation right here. I don't think that that's fair. Everybody is quick to say and stop listening to his music. You can't take anything away from him musically. Personally, you have to judge that accordingly. And again, if what you're saying is right, he needs some help more than he needs to be criticized and ridiculed. Be clear on what I said. It's true. He needs help, not criticism and ridicule. And
Yes,
I want
sir.
you people,
I'm sorry, brother. Go ahead.
I want that to be, just think about it though, man. Everything this man did. And the only reason why I say the Gayle King thing is that whole standing up, beating on the chest thing. I was like, woo. I said, man, and be honest, the only person that worked for was Denzel. And I don't know how it worked for him, but somehow he got an Oscar for right there. And I tell you to this day, I think the role in Malcolm X, nobody else could have done it. And it's some great actors out here. I don't think nobody else could have pulled off Malcolm X to the way Denzel pulled off Malcolm X. And the most biggest scene that sticks out in my head in Malcolm X will always be when he walked out that police station and the brothers was out there kind of rowdy to the white folks, they thought, and he held up his hand and everybody got quiet and he pointed and everybody walked in unison and they said, that nigga got too much power.
That's right. That's right. That's right. And
So, go ahead, Levi.
No, brother, go ahead and finish.
The power that he had over the lives of others. Like the brother said, he resurrected some folk career. Man, look, it's folks out here. The last thing you remember from Charlie Wilson was him being a part of the Gap Band. Until Kelly made that man come back and let y'all know, my name is Charlie Lusting Wilson. Look, it's funny, but think about it.
It's true though.
He wrote that for that man, and everybody went crazy. Without R. Kelly, there would be no B2K. Celine Dion wouldn't have blew like she blew. The man penned, and they say he dyslexic, can't write. Look, I wouldn't care if he recorded it in Braille and somebody translated it. His pen alone is treacherous. He resurrected careers. He made careers. He made folks become who they are.
The greatest pop singer of all time, Michael Jackson, had to go to him.
That's right.
He couldn't.
Listen to me, and I'm gonna give the new folks something too. When I first heard Trey Songz, I swore folks up and down. I say this nigga done did it again. He done wrote this young boy all these hits because the songs sound like R. Kelly songs, even down to Trey Songz sounding like the man. When he, especially look, if you're a Trey Songz fan, he was like, the neighbors know my name. He was like, that sounds like some R. Kelly shit right there.
That's right.
And yo, it's crazy that the world is quick to point and assume judgment, and nobody stopped to say, you know what, hold on. Let's look at the other side of the coin. The parents, in some cases, were sending their child in there. Even when I heard about the McClary dude and his wife telling and trying to get pause to make a mold of his Joan, pause. I was like, yo, what kind of sick is that? So that you can have the Joan say 12 players. Yo, what kind of what kind of peanut butter and jelly ish is this?
And your daughter being held hostage, as you say.
Right. Yo, you gotta be kind of sick to be like, baby girl, look, go in there, you know what I mean? Like, seriously? Look, if I had a baby girl, I would be offended that my baby girl at 25 is doing the grown-up thing. Hey, but look, baby girl, I don't want to hear that. I don't want, you know what I'm saying? I don't want to hear that. I know the stork broke my grandson. You know what I mean? Yeah, the stork. He dropped it. Yeah, But I guess I'm just different. You know, it's so sad that amongst convicting and condemning, you don't look at his particular point when he was saying, yo, y'all sending y'all children at me because I got some bread and y'all know y'all child went in. Let's just say that's my vulnerability. She 18, she legal, may not be mentally able to make the best decision, but y'all co-signing. And then when I stop wanting to pay because I don't want, you know what I mean, I'm done with that situation. Here it is, y'all got these accusations like I took something from the young lady. Man, I just think that all the way around the board, yo, it's sad and it's effed up because, like I said, he's never going to get a fair shot, especially now he don't have no bread. And he has no bread, no power, no clout, no nothing. So it's nothing that the powers can take from him or strip him of. So at this particular juncture, I hate to say it, it's like collateral damage.
Yes, sir. I, being the eternal optimist, I want y'all to imagine this. That's just who I am. Y'all will see real soon that I have been a rock for my cousin. I've always been the optimistic person that he knows me to be. And when I think about the situation, and it is a sad situation currently, you talked about him having no bread. I have a simple question, y'all. The New York case gets overturned. I say, I don't care what Larry the Grown Man, Oak Cove, all that crap, man. Let me tell you something. This is a country of laws and a country of not a country of men. What was released today as it pertains to what they say they have are only accusations. And we have the tendency as a people, when they say something, oh, they got this on them, they got that, oh, it's over. Nah, hell no. The only word that is absolute is God's word. That's it. God, when God says be, it is. So, as it pertains to what you were saying about his financial situation and being currently strapped for cash, could you imagine the New York case is overturned? Robert beats the Chicago case, because I'm going to say it again, and this is what Larry the Grown Man must understand. You've heard people say, well, I prefer to be judged by a jury of 12. That's fine. But keep in mind, we're playing this New York trial, and I'm quite sure Ms. Bonjean has that much legal sense to know when she's in that courtroom, her and her assistant attorneys, they're playing to one juror. It's not about 12, it's the one. Just as in New York, had those text messages been presented, if his attorneys were acting in a prudent way, I guarantee you one of those jurors would have said, oh, hell no. You mean to tell me that the mother was texting him like she was a daughter? And according to the text message, the mother told the daughter he wants to screw? No. One of them jurors would have said, I can't find this man guilty. And the parents were throwing the girl on him. However, I want y'all to imagine the New York case is overturned. He beats the Chicago case. And the case in the state case in Chicago and the Minnesota case, those two, it could damn near be time served shit. They fall off. Could you imagine if R.Kelly, the hell with a versus battle, walked from behind those bars? And I want the people at Oak Cove to listen to this very closely, because they like to diss my cousin, but I'm going to show you Robert's power. See, I speak of my cousin from a power perspective. Like the brother just said, you talked about Charlie Wilson and him resurrecting careers. Imagine if R. Kelly walked from behind those walls. He says, to hell with a versus battle. I'm about to give a worldwide 3-day event, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. A worldwide pay-per-view concert. It's going to be cinematic, where they're going to see me in my hotel talking. It's going to be a whole event produced by some of the most astute producers. And everybody has to pay $49.99 just to watch it. Tell me how much money that man will walk away with.
Okay, you want my honest opinion on that?
You please tell me your honest opinion.
I'll double down on you. They could throw the Minnesota case out. He could get, or they could somehow shake the Chicago case. The RICO is the one you're not gonna shake. But let's just say he shake the RICO, and he walk out a free man. A free man.
Mm-hmm.
And he's going to do this tour that you said, 3 days, $49.95.
Pay-per-view.
Pay-per-view.
The world can buy it.
Okay. The only way he would pull that off, and anybody would consider to watch that, he would have to make a phone call and get approval and clarify the situation with the big homie. If he does that and he says hours after or moments after he cleared and get the approval and the backing of the big homie and
Yes.
Jay-Z tweets, me and R.Kelly are cool,
Yeah.
he gonna rock off. If the big homie don't touch it, it's a dud.
Okay.
The second person who would be able to help him pull it off is if he come out of this joint scot-free, upon him walking out of the whole thing, he would have to say these words, and I quote, and only Big Rod, you're gonna laugh at this, but this would make him an overnight billionaire.
That's right.
He would have to say, and I quote, fuck Floyd Mayweather. Because we know if Mayweather or 50 Cent respond to you dissing them, you're gonna blow up overnight. he needs a celebrity of a higher power who got some clout.
You know
to
the
respond.
one you didn't mention?
Who?
My motherfucking boy.
Who
Kanye
that?
Who?
goes on.
Kanye West?
West.
Wouldn't happen.
Shit.
Wouldn't happen.
We living in a time where we living in a time of strange things.
Okay. And you know what?
That's right. That's
I'm
right.
gonna say this. I'm gonna tell you why it wouldn't happen. How cool are you with Yeezy running around here with a full face mask, a flight jacket, and some black jeans on with some boots up to his knees in 110-degree weather?
And it does. But did you hear what he said in the beginning? When he came out and spoke, he said, I denounce myself dead. I'm taking
and right there, that you knew he was 4 eggs short of a dozen. And ain't nobody fucking with Yeezy.
I can't take that because you see, and this is the thing that I make, this is the point that I make when we look at Kanye West. People look, and this is the whole thing when it comes to our culture. Everybody looked at his appearance and not what he was saying. He was talking about these new up-and-coming celebrities who's been signing all these bad contracts, these record labels winning, these young artists getting caught up in these 360 deals where they not making no money. They going to jail. When they go to jail, guess who get all the proceeds from their work? The record labels. Everybody talking about how he looked, but they weren't listening to the message that he was saying for all of the people to come behind him. Look at how he did it. He's worth more than Jay-Z, but guess what he said on Drink Champs? That's still my boss.
Hey, let me say this also, brother.
Hold on, Levi. Hold on one second. I'm gonna go back and rewatch that Drink Champs, but you and I both know he's not worth more than Jay-Z.
But you crazy as hell. That man worth $9 billion alone. You crazy, boy. Do you hear this man friends? Do you know this man, the list he run off by himself? This man ain't, that's the problem right there.
Hey, Va.
Look at his net worth. Look at their net worth and see who worth the most.
He's not worth $9 billion.
Look at his net worth.
Okay. I'm getting ready to jump on my iPad while I put it on mute.
Yes.
And when I come back live, you gonna hear me. When y'all hear me say nah. I told you so.
Okay. All right. Let me say this: that vision that I offered, when it comes to, like Vi was saying, if Kanye West were to sign on to a pay-per-view with Rob and Jay-Z, what y'all have to understand is that we can never say what people wouldn't do because history. You know, when you take a Kanye West or Jay-Z who has made so many millions of dollars, they're only concerned with their legacy and they're only concerned with history. And in most cases, if they have an opportunity to do something historic, because R.Kelly walking behind those from behind those bars is damn near the equivalence of Moses walking through the Red Sea. Okay, so it is a historical thing, and you can never discount or say, well, a person's not going to do something when money is involved. It would be such a monumental event where billions of dollars. We got 7 billion people on the planet. And keep in mind also, I want to tell Brother Malik this: the perception of R. Kelly as it pertains to what this American media machine has done to him is only a small percentage of how the world feels about R. Kelly. The world understands that he's a black man in America. The world understands that he's being railroaded. The world, you feel me, Vi?
I feel you on that, Levi.
And those other countries' money spent just like the American dollar. Shit, money is money. So they can protest outside of the venue all they want. The world would be the path to R. Kelly's door just to see that last and only that concert where he said, I'm done performing, but I'm out. I'm gonna get myself together spiritually, mentally. I'm about to get in shape, and I'm about to give this last concert. Man, come on, bro. And now I want to say this also before Brother Vi come back. What I just presented to y'all, each and every one listening to this, they imagined it in their minds. And this is what I do with my cousin. I don't keep my conversation on a level of woe is me for R. Kelly. I don't keep my conversation on a level of talking about what the people said and they got paperwork saying he's done. He just got 30 years. He's about to get life. I don't choose to stay there in my thinking and in my conversation concerning him because I know the man personally and I know the spirit of God that is in him. And I believe strongly by God's grace, he will be walking out of there soon. So people must understand as they sit and make fun of Levi and laugh. He said he's going to be out in July. He said he's going to be out laughing. No, I was putting a picture in your mind. I was putting a picture in Oak Cole's mind. Because even though he did not walk out on those dates that I said, at least you imagined it. So in your mind, he was free when Levi said it. I'm a deep thinker and I believe in projection.
Right.
You feel me, brother?
And that's what he say. You plant the seed. You plant the seed. And as long as they expound upon it, they are the ones who watering it.
Yeah, you're an intelligent brother. How you doing, Brother Midas, man? I ain't speak to you. I'm sorry. How are you, sir?
I'm just listening to all the legends and the great men on this panel right now. You know what I'm saying? Just taking in.
You one of them. You one of them, brother. You one of. What's your thoughts?
I was just thinking he needs to stay as far away from Jay-Z as possible. When this is over, you take him out to Florida or Texas, you buy him a little ranch, he can go out there with Joycelyn and he stays far from these people. He has $5 million out there in his publishing owed to him from Sony. He actually has papers owed to him from Sony. You know what I mean? He got all the publishing from all the previous things. Collect on that, set up a recording studio in your house, and get away from these devils.
And see people, and another thing is people saying he's broke. I have told people he is the asset. The music is nothing without him.
That's right.
Yeah. Big
okay.
Well, you saw the motion, right? You saw the motion. They said he had $5 million in publishing from Sony owed to him, and they wanted to garnish that. So if they can garnish that, as soon as he gets out, he's owed that. You get what I'm saying?
Okay, Brother Midas. 1 second. I owe you an apology. Ye's not worth $9 billion. He's worth $2 billion.
And I know, and you know where you got that from? You got that from Forbes, right?
No.
Where you got it from?
It wasn't Forbes. Just like they got Jay-Z listed on one site, 1.3 billion, and the last report of this was in 2020. 2020 or 2019, and then somewhere else was 1.8 billion again in 2020. Right. So what I'm going to say is we're going to split hairs. You were right because 1.8 versus 2 billion is $2 million more. So he got He got 2 mil up. So for that, I will apologize.
Watch the
brother,
drink. Did you watch the Drink Champ video?
I'll watch it. I'll go back and rewatch it.
Yeah, go back and rewatch it. And have you ever watched I Am Athlete before?
Yes, that's with
Did you see? Well, that's with Brandon Marshall. Did you see when Chad Johnson was on there and they say the Forbes had Chad Johnson on there is worth
yes, he showed him his bank account. Yes, I saw
his bank account. He had $22 million in the bank.
Yeah, I saw that. So I'm also aware that nobody reports the Forbes anymore like they used to.
Yeah, we can't about a number, so you know.
Right. Yeah, so it's all again, like a man, if I was going to say I told you so, I should be a man and say you were right. Manned up, said you right. Brother Mike,
these are the conversations that have to be had, and when we can have panels like this, and brothers can agree to disagree, and it's all respect. You know what I'm saying? It's all about the respect. We all have our moral compasses, how we feel about certain things.
Yes.
But at the same time, to always look at the legal aspect of it as well. And we can look at it from a moral standpoint. We should be able to look at it from a legal standpoint as well. And for me, all of y'all may be my OGs to me, but for me being a young man out here navigating in this world, it's critical that I understand what's going on because I have something. And just if I'm able to sit back and be complicit to one man's right, well, we have to understand this is one man's rights being violated and trampled upon that's going to lead to millions of men that looks just like him.
Facts, Big Vi. And shout out to Malik for the stats on that. I appreciate that. That's what's up. It's pretty much a wash between the two. But,
go ahead, J-Rock. My bad.
Oh, okay. Okay. What I was about to say, actually, when you mentioned the point earlier about R.Kelly not having money, not clout, and anything of that nature, what gets me is if he doesn't have all of that, what he once had, why spend all that energy and time trying to do what you're doing to him? Because evidently he's owed something. He's a threat to something. And
I'm gonna cut you and give it to you because Brother Midas said it, but he missed the key point. Even the $5 million that he's due, that shit will be taken in legal fees. That'll be dead. The key is he has the ability, once free, to get his publishing. If he can get his publishing back and the unreleased music, that's where the bread is. They say his catalog that he hasn't even released is accessed at probably $200 million because of the quality of work that he produces. But like right now, he's strapped. He has to become free in order to open that floodgate. So,
yes, sir.
So that's why when I'm saying that he said about take the $5 million and go to Texas, the $5 million will be dead in legal fees. Because once he beats this, or if he beats this, any respecting lawyer is going to charge him out of the wazoo. He's going to have to break bread off the break.
Well, Malik, you actually opened up the door with what I was about to say because you brought up the point about that his publishing, everything that he can get back once he gets from behind the walls. If you really take a look at the genius of what R. Kelly's been able to do, and one of you guys already mentioned about Michael Jackson. Michael Jackson has worked with numerous producers. I haven't heard any story ever that Michael Jackson went to a producer and not only did he take the song from the producer, he didn't change one note.
That's right.
Nor ad lib, nor nothing. I know I can't pull up any producer that Michael Jackson's ever worked with that he made some type of adjustment. R. Kelly was the only one that I've ever heard that he never changed anything. That's number one. That's the testament of the genius of what this man has been able to do for all these years. Number two, if you take a look at the state of R&B right now, R&B is on life support. and it's no further evidence than that versus between Omarion.
Oh my God.
After that, R. Kelly should have had Bond after that versus.
Well,
They should
J
have
Rock.
gave him Vaughn for that.
Omarion went against who?
Nobody. The only one could sing on the stage was Sammy and Mario.
Let me say this to you. I stopped watching verses when Dipset let Jadakiss walk all over them, and he did it because Jimmy didn't step up. He wanted Cam to shine because the real battle was for Cam to shine because Jimmy had been holding it down for these past years, but it was more about Cam shining with the material that Cam put Dipset in position with, and Cam wanted to sit there and be quiet, and that's why Jada just murdered the whole thing. So when it comes to verses, I mean, there's nobody touching R.Kelly. I mean, the closest person I can even come up with, and some of you may agree or disagree, would have been Prince.
Definitely. That you just said it all. Yeah.
Catalog.
As far as the catalog, exactly.
Oh yeah,
absolutely.
Now,
when you talk about that, and that's what I'm saying is, if he doesn't get his publishing, he's stuck. See, the publishing is the key, and I don't think the people around him should have told him. He should have brought the publishing back a long time ago. Even if he had did it album by album, just let's say alone, the publishing from 12 Play alone may be worth $10 million. But if you think about it, right now, everybody in America that you know who, let's just say, want to get freaky with their old lady, respectfully, that 12 Play album produced a lot of babies.
Hell yeah. But I want to say to Brother Malik, I have imparted to him, I believe, and this is how I think, that you're right. Everything you said is just right as it pertains to publishing. But when you out here fighting to get your publishing and things of that sort, you got to have some bread. Okay, it's the bottom line. And he who pays the piper calls the tune. So this is why my personal plan for him would be to come out, get yourself together first spiritually, mentally, and physically, and do a pay-per-view worldwide and put at least $150, $200 million in your pocket, pay off whoever you owe, taxes, whatever, here you go, and then go get your publisher.
Right, because he could do it. He could come out of there and do a versus Kells versus R. Kelly. His versus.
Hell yeah.
Listen to me.
He absolutely could. I mean,
listen to me. I want y'all to understand this and listen to me. I'm ready to bump R. Kelly now. Matter of fact, I'll bump I Wish every fucking goddamn day, especially when I rap good. I'm probably one of the most die-hardest R. Kelly fans. I've said it from the beginning of time on every panel I've been on. I understand what y'all saying about once he free. You got to remember that because this was against women, and right now, contrary to popular belief, women spend 10 times the amount of money that men do. It's going to be so many women apprehensive of it because of the stigma over top of it. See, it's not like us dudes can stop messing with him. It's the women that's killing him. If you just think for 1 minute, and I'm not trying to be rude to anybody on the panel who has an old lady, you may still bang with R. Kelly. But now when old girl here bumping grind and ignition, that in her mind, that's triggering the switch of somebody underage. So she not trying to hear that no more.
But that's an argument, though, because I swear,
go ahead.
Everyday life, people that I come across, I've hardly met anybody in my social life that say that they agree, that they feel like, oh, fuck R.Kelly, I'm not listening to the music, none of that. I was just in a barbershop / salon yesterday, and these women, and these were older women, younger women, but they all, and this is what they were playing. R. Kelly, slow wine, all this different shit. But, you know, some women speak out, but we just can't, the world I believe the world ain't even divided. I think it's probably 25-30% of people that say they not listening to the shit. There's a lot of people out here that still listening to the music.
You
Okay,
damn
guys,
right.
listen to me.
Look at the street numbers.
Listen to me. I'm not saying they not listening, but they not gonna pay the $5.
As far as for the pay-per-view,
They not gonna pay that.
boy, what?
They are still gonna be caught up in thinking about the scenario of that being to them songs being towards underage women.
But
Just stop for 1 second. You know why the sale of LeBron James jersey fell when he left? Because they burnt that man joint in Chicago. Pardon me, in Cleveland. They felt like he had totally abandoned them. It took for him to go back to Cleveland, bring a championship for his sales to rise. And what I'm saying is, as talented, I get it. We still bump him. We're going to bump those who rock with him. We're going to bump his songs for life. But to them women, no. They
I'm gonna tell you what.
$50 for something else. Until somebody, like I said, somebody of a clout that they adore or admire or look up to breaks that seal. And to give you the biggest example, I personally don't like DC Young Fly. DC Young Fly to me sounds like he wants to be Chris Tucker. And for that reason, every time I hear him talk, I think of Chris Tucker.
Right.
Now, Steve Harvey said something, and I had to think about it. He said the comedians of today were self-made. They got on YouTube and used social media as a platform to launch their careers. Therefore, it could be as if it's a cookie cutter and that they are emulating what they saw and heard. And I had to think, damn. Because I thought back to Eddie Murphy and what Eddie Murphy said. And growing up, all I heard was Richard Pryor. And at the age of 15, all I could make a joke about was taking the shit because that's all I had done by the age of 15. He merely emulated what he saw to a point. Now, did he take Richard Pryor's style and all of that? No. And Eddie Murphy will go down as probably, if not the second greatest, because they say Richard Pryor, one of the greatest of all times. Comedians, hands down. But
no doubt.
Again, it took the words of somebody who everybody looked up to launch his career. And once you get launched like that, prime example, if you think about it, white or black, if you go on SNL, the chances of you becoming the goddamn megastar are phenomenal. The only person who went on to SNL who didn't become a megastar, I think is Ari Spears. And I think Ari Spears did Mad TV first and then got to SNL. But if you think about it, everybody else is major superstars. Will Ferrell, Chris Rock, Jay Leno, all of them dudes started on SNL. And their name is household. World renowned. You need that.
Yo,
Go ahead.
I don't want to cut you off, bro, but remember Eddie Murphy sold out Bill Cosby at SNL. I'm thinking y'all be kind of underestimating what R.Kelly is really facing. He's dealing with murderers.
What you mean by sold out? What you mean by sold out? SNL?
He sold out Bill Cosby. He made he ridiculed Bill Cosby on SNL on his last show right before Coming to America 2.
I think I know what you're talking about. I think I heard.
Yeah, he did it for the entire show. based on false allegations by 50 fake women coming up from who? The same woman that's inside the R.Kelly case.
Oh, okay. So you mean he made the skit about Bill Cosby?
No, he made the whole show against Bill Cosby.
I think it was a monologue.
So that's what I'm
He
saying.
did a monologue, then he did it within the skits, and then what we have to understand is that everybody knows Kevin Samuels, right? Y'all know Kevin Samuels died on March 5th.
Right.
He was sacrificed. Who came out talking about R. Kelly 4 days ago? Isaiah Carey from Fox Soul, Fox 26. He did the exclusive interview in Houston
hold
before
on one second.
Atlanta even got to do it.
I need you to bring me a gist of who Kevin Samuels is. I heard the name, I just can't. I can't put where or what it's from.
Kevin, straightforward. He's a philosopher.
The blogger. He was a blogger.
He was a blogger, but he talked. You know, women saying they want a man to make 6 figures when they ain't even making 2. You know, different stuff like that. You know, I mean, I just heard a couple conversations of the guy. I ain't really.
Yeah, I was totally opposed to him.
One of the some of the videos he mentioned, you'll hear the term high value man a lot in some videos that was mentioned. So
okay, so not to cut nobody, he was a YouTube dude.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, he was actually like one of the last true activists of our generation. A lot of people ain't going to see it yet. They might see it later, but we need to be prepared for this oncoming Armageddon they have coming for us.
I forgot my brother Midas. I'm sorry, brother Midas. I forgot about you. Kevin Samuels espoused the same views that you espoused when it comes to black women. So I'm quite sure you would have been a fan of him. And you and we've had conversations about it. I was totally opposed to him. I think that Kevin Samuels found his niche where he was able to get a lot of attention, a lot of notoriety, and and some decent money from a black culture that pays black men to sit and denigrate and down talk women and to equate or the fact that he would dare equate true love relationship with financial status and money. I found it to be repulsive. I didn't like God bless the dead, but I didn't like what he represented. I ain't gonna say I didn't like him. I didn't like what he represented. And in addition to that, it was a absolute testimony to how pitiful some of our sisters are, that they would even sit and listen to a man say to them, "You ain't no 10, you are 3, you are 2, you are a 4. And for that reason, you don't deserve no man with money." That's the most ridiculous, absurd, sick, disrespectful shit that I've ever seen in my life. Because let me tell you something. I don't give a damn if a woman's on welfare with 4 kids. If that woman is somewhere working in a restaurant and comes across a millionaire that respects and loves her or finds her interesting, let me tell you something. I've been up and down in my life financially, but I've been on. You feel me? And when I'm on, I'm not, the times that, even like now, I'm not impressed by a woman who has a college degree. I've never been impressed by a woman who has the Mercedes-Benz or the Lexus. I've dated them. I ain't got no problem with them. But at the same time, I don't give a damn if you are a career black woman and you have yourself together financially, or if you're a black woman with 2 or 3, 4 kids working in a restaurant. If I find you interesting, if I find your perspective and your conversation interesting, and if I can enhance your life and you can enhance mine, money doesn't come into the picture. I'm going to do what I can and do the best for you and by you. So I feel that Kevin Samuels was a charlatan and a outright discredit to the black race. And I'll listen to you, Brother Midas. I know Brother Midas is about to go in. Go ahead, brother.
No, I just want to say thank you, brother, because now you see what you're facing. Now you're seeing what their media does to black men. You're not going to see it yet. What you just espoused is the same thing you're fighting when you talk to people about R.Kelly. What Kevin Samuels is doing was showing women that your goals are your standards are set so high that nobody's married in this place. All the men are single, all the women are single. This is based off of feminism and how they took control of our civil rights. But basically, you're not going to see it yet. I invite you probably to check probably his the what was it? Just Average at Best video. And there was another one he did about Cosmopolitan and how they were a mirror image of Playboy in order to get the women to stay single and spend more money. And that's how they really got into the women's pockets. So why everybody now has weed. Nobody's going to see it yet. However, Vivica Fox came out gloating when Kevin Samuels was murdered. Furthermore, you don't even know up to this moment that he was murdered. Isaiah Carey also brought out a specialist saying that R.Kelly has Joycelyn Savage and Stockholm syndrome, right? This is 4 days ago. And that's why she's engaging R.Kelly. And these are the same people who are working with murderers, online murderers, people who are on YouTube, who are living off the clout.
I'm a Uncle Levi. You know, in the Kevin Samuel, like you said, we have our more, but we have shows out like Red Table Talk. And I want to show Uncle Levi this new show. And these are women. And how these women, they are starting these platforms. And look at how they are degrading men.
Right.
So I don't agree with, you know, I agree with a lot of the stuff they go on because I feel like, man, it's crazy. Just listen to this video I'm finna play.
Yes, sir.
What's more important, the fact that Martin Luther King is the man that fought for freedom or the fact that he was cheating on his wife?
Jesus, I'm going to give you this example. He's a great father. He's a great businessman. He's a great CEO. He's an entrepreneur. He's such a boss. He's a boss. Look at that man. He's a boss. He's a great father. Look at him, that strong black man.
Look at him being at his kid's game.
But you're cheating on your wife. You're not a good husband. But he's great in all these other aspects. How are you a great leader, a great CEO, a great black man? You're not great. You're not great. God, you're not. That is triggering.
Yeah, for
well,
sure.
I'm a good dad. You're not a good dad because you don't respect me. How the fuck you showing these kids you a good father and you don't respect their mother? You're not a great dad, my nigga. You're an okay human.
Someone being a good person to you means they're a good person to you. Someone being a good person to everyone means that
So,
Let me.
do you know who she was referencing to?
Who?
Martin Luther King.
Wow. See that now you talking about. Let me say this to that young lady that was just talking. Let me say this to that young lady that was just talking. I'll say this off rip. If you want to see great black men, cover your naked ass up and quit sitting with your legs where other men can see the tip of your vagina. Cover your ass up.
Levi, could you kindly say that one more time for the people in the back of the bus because I don't think they heard you.
Yes, sir. If you want to see the greatness of black men, cover your naked ass up and cover your put on a goddamn dress down to your knees. Because the ones who talk like how she was talking, you're not trying to impress a man or get a man predicated on your mind, your spirit. You're trying to get a man predicated on that which is temporal, and that is your naked ass and a nut. I don't care if you're a man and if you've been with women. I've been with a lot of them.
Hold
on. Let me tell y'all women something. Sex can't keep a man. I've had shit. Boy, let me tell you something. I've had dimes. And I listen. I knew it going in. While it's going on, ladies, listen now. While it's going on, while you're doing your thing, like Marvin Gaye said, what's going on? Let's get it on. During the bumping and the grinding, that woman means everything to you for those moments right there when you hitting it. Okay, but if she's not a woman of substance, and you're not in a substantive relationship of substance, as soon as you have an orgasm. You go from I love you to goddamn, when are you leaving? Oh, listen, I think Lil Wayne, the poet Lil Wayne said, wait, what Lil Wayne say? Damn, Lil Wayne said something in one of his rhymes. I said, nigga, you ain't lying. I'll think about it, but Lil Wayne said something that was so fucking funny. He said what I just said, he described it in a rhyme, and it was perfect. I'll think of what he said, but it was so damn funny. That shit, I was like, that nigga ain't lying. But how can I find it insulting. I'm being honest with you. I find it quite insulting when black women assume I want to hit it. I can get 3-4 black chicks that I used to date. Some of them I still know right now on this line, and they'll tell you. They used to come to my crib, and a lot of them had to be at work, or they had to pick their kids up from school. You know, like she got shit to do. Well, I'm gonna come over for a few hours. For those few hours, I would make something to eat, make food, and I would I love sitting on the floor talking to women for some reason. I'll let her sit on the sofa, and I'll go across the room and sit on the floor and just conversate, talk. And they looking at the clock like, goddamn, I thought, let's get it on. I'm like, no, it is the mind. It is the conversation that stimulates me more than, well, let's say equal to the sex. If you can stimulate a woman's mind and that woman can stimulate your mind, guess what? You having an orgasm all goddamn day. 7 days a week, 24 hours a day. While you sleep, you having an orgasm because your mind is being stimulated by the intelligence and the spirituality of this beautiful woman. But all this sex shit, that woman sitting there with her legs crossed, talking about, you're not a man, and you're not talking about Dr. King and shit. And one for Dr. King, her ass to be somewhere in a goddamn projects.
Exactly.
Facts.
You wouldn't even arrive when this man came on with you. Have you ever heard his wife come out and speak ill of him? Never. His wife always carried and conducted herself as his wife. So for people to come out like these young ass females right there on that, y'all don't even know nothing pertaining to Martin Luther King, but I have a dream.
Hey, Big Vi, not to cut you off. Let me ask you one quick question about that. About that particular video. Did anybody from the King family respond to that?
I'm not sure, man. When I seen it, I'm gonna tell you what. I was at work one night, right, and I came across. I said, "What the fuck?" I had to go back and play it again. I said, "This stupid motherfucker just said what?" I said, Is this what the world coming to? Is this what the world coming to?
Well, I tried to hold my tongue long enough, and unfortunately,
go ahead, brother. Bye.
Unfortunately, I don't.
Brother Malik.
So when I heard it, I just tuned her out because she a hood rat. I mean, I'm a firm believer in this. As men, we gonna like what we gonna like, and as you become older, you'll change what you like or you won't. But that type of woman right there, maybe she can't get none, or maybe everybody should get dog out. And just listening to her conversation,
seemed deserved.
I probably wouldn't rap better period. If I needed to get one off, no homo, I don't even play by myself, but I probably would take that option over even
right
being naked. But again, I think that it's just crazy how society has totally turned the narrative on small issues that make a major impact. Like you were saying, Brother Levi, about the man on man with Sean DePaul, the woman on women with Sean DePaul. Now it is we allow same-sex marriage. I think that's a little crazy, but that's my thought, my theory.
Hey, Malik, I just want to interject real quick. This is not the only controversial thing she said. She also said something controversial one other time before. There was a video of her saying that she couldn't date a 9 to 5 type of guy. say the guy has to be an entrepreneur because she says she makes moves and she makes boss moves, this, that, and the third. And a 9 to 5 type of person has to meet somebody, and she can't get with a guy like that. I just wanted to put that out because this is not the only crazy thing she said. So go ahead.
Well, I'm gonna say this to you, Reverend J. Rock, and respectfully, I may need you to find somebody else to listen to you in your downtime, because that chick don't understand.
That didn't come from me because when I heard, I'm like,
she don't understand half a dozen and six, or tomato and tomato. Like, listen,
what's heavy, a pound of cotton or a pound of rocks, right?
Right. Like, listen to me, and Brother J. Rock, I don't mean any disrespect, but it's like some things. Like, when I'm bored, I scroll through Instagram and I watch some of the dumb shit white people do for laughs. But I gotta remember that they do dumb shit because they want attention. And folks who already get attention tend not to do dumb shit. You get what I'm saying? Like, and no shots at R.Kelly on this. When I grew up and I was in high school, it was a couple older dudes in early 20s who would come through and snatch a little young high school chick up because she was fascinated by the BMW or the Benz or whatever, the BBS and the gold chain. The fact he was getting a couple dollars, they was fascinated by that.
Yeah.
But they never recorded that. Like, you just ain't take pictures of the fact you out here with.
Right.
And again, you just, when we grew up, a lot of times we thought about doing dumb shit, but we never said it aloud. You know what I'm saying? And it's that double standard. Like, Tasha can tell Keisha she got a fat ass and she look good, and you wouldn't think twice about it. But no homo, you can't say, Mike, your curve to the left is the shit, yo.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? You just so it's
right.
Cut it out. I'm just saying it's so crazy that, and as I was listening to Brother Levi talk, and now I think, like, this guy was convicted before even charged, if you really look at it.
That's right.
And to totally downplay the whole thing, not only do I strip you and beat you down mentally, morally, physically, and emotionally, I handicap you economically. Like, what the fuck? Like, god damn. Can you give me a lifeline? I mean, if I gotta fight, fuck, at least put me in the fight with gloves and don't give the motherfucking ammo a gun and got me up against a gun with gloves. Put me in the fight to which I can compete, not a fight to which it's already in. And it's so sad that the more.
Hey, well, you know what? I just want to say I'm glad David didn't think like that when he had to fight Goliath. You know what I'm saying? Oh no, man! I don't want to fight Goliath. Oh no, man, let me go back and fight the sheep in the back of the house, man. No, man.
Yes.
No, yo, the real fights is these fights right here, bro. You know what I'm saying? And the real time to stand up in unison, you know what I'm saying? Because them people, when theirs is in the court, stay with them regardless. Period. They ain't talking type stuff we talking. Is we so self righteous over here though. You know what I'm saying? Acting like we would never do certain things. And a lot of times, the main ones we talking about, what they'll never do, be the main ones. They be done it. You know what I'm saying? And so, you feel me?
Boy, you just shot a missile off just then.
Yeah. So
Well,
these people is trying to try a whole culture of people, man. You know what I'm saying? It ain't just our time that's on trial. It's all the way back. I mean, because they got them with a Jack Johnson law, brother. You know what I'm saying? The Mann Act. If I'm not mistaken, you know what I'm saying? But that was for Jack Johnson, though, right?
That's right.
Right.
Right. So what I'm saying is it's historic, this type of dealing they have with our people, and who come to be stars and who kind of cross lines and boundaries, you know what I'm saying? Who show the rest of us that, listen, you know, especially in Chicago when we talking about R. Kelly, you know what I'm saying? Y'all seeing what happened right now in Chicago without a voice like R. Kelly. You know what I'm saying? If you go back into the archives, pick up Gotham City or The Heart of a Woman, or you know what I'm saying, the message that he was speaking to us all the time. You know what I'm saying? They really trying to take that away from us also. So it's way bigger. It's like what Felicia Rashad said. She said it is trying to destroy legacy. You
That's
feel me?
right.
And they always taint our guys with this sexual shit, and they have a bunch of sycophants that just jump onto that, and they black, and they be the main ones that go and holler this shit in every circle instead of shutting up and let the people prove whatever they saying. They gonna be the main ones that give us the black eye.
Yes, sir.
Feel
But
me?
can you see? Can you
Okay,
see?
brother,
I'm sorry.
Great.
brother Dave, you shot
Yes,
out
sir.
a lot, right?
Boy, y'all going
And
to church now, man.
and
Uh,
what I'm gonna say is I'm gonna follow behind you, and I totally agree. But when it comes to some things, you don't give certain folks ammunition. And what I mean is, so a lot of us have done the same thing, or like I'm 47, and I seen a little tenderoni cut you the way the other day. You know what I mean? Shorty was Eddie Bear 21, but she was
Mhm.
built like a Western fry. Her shit was stacked. I
Right.
had to be mindful, like, yo, and my son 22, shit, you know what I mean?
Right.
And I had to look beyond the physical and think about the mental, let alone my morals and principles.
okay.
And I'm saying that sometimes we give a person or a group of people ammunition to which they have the ability to use against us. Like the other day, little Boosie got pulled over. Little Boosie gets pulled over and he begins to throw a rant. I was told that this is what Boosie do. He talk about beating up the police. He jumping the gun with the whole ordeal. And the guy says, well, I stopped you for suspicion of dark tent. Now, anybody who knows the law, most states in Maryland, legal tent is 35% on cars, station wagons, etc. If you have a fleet vehicle like an executive vehicle or SUV or a truck, you can have 5% tent. You can black the vehicle off. Here's
I
the
want to
funny
just
part.
can I just jump in? I just want to say before I forget, it's funny that they started messing with Boosie like that as soon as he said something about R. Kelly.
There you
Now
go.
that
7
they
times.
started messing with him. Now, yeah, I don't condone. You know, hey, listen, if you bring attention to yourself, man, you know, hey, you know, the people watching you should be moving a certain way. But we ain't gonna take away from the fact that they just be fucking with people, and they should be. I'm saying, you know, you can look at that half a dozen in one hand and six in another. You know what I'm
That's
saying?
right.
So you feel
Yeah,
me?
Okay.
yeah.
That's
7
how
times.
they go.
Know the video.
Now, I
The part,
agree with you about the half a dozen and six. Hold on.
you know, you pulled me over 7 times. You know who operating this vehicle. You know what
Yeah,
I'm saying?
you know, so yeah, man, you know,
And
so
Well,
then
it's like, man,
if I
how
could say, Brother Malik, real
celebrities
quick.
get killed on the highways? We ain't see celebrities get killed in the cookie shops.
That's
We
right.
ain't see celebrities getting killed. So, you know, you have to protect yourself. And it's crazy, like Levi said earlier, that celebrities can't operate in a public fashion. And when they try to, you know, look at what they go through.
Yes.
You know what
And
I'm
if I
saying?
could say that, yes, sir. If I could say real quick before I leave that, let me say this for one. With this highly advanced technological society that we live in, someone like Bootsy, some of our big, even Kanye West, we need a database. What you guys just talked about as it pertains to Boosie being pulled over, and I agree with Brother Malik that we cannot, my mother used to always say that you cannot give these people a stick to crack over your head. If the tint in your windows are beyond what is legal, correct it. If you're smoking weed, riding down the street, I see it all the time when I go back to the hood, and even certain suburban towns. You shouldn't do that. Don't give these people a reason. But however, in order for us to really know what really transpired with Brother Boosie that day, we all should have been able to go on a database and punch that officer's name in a database, and it should pop right up how many people he's pulled over the last month, 2 months, 3 months, 4 months, and what were they race. See, then we would have known, well, damn, all he does is pull over black guys. You feel me? As it pertains to, I'm talking solutionary.
Right.
As it pertains to the dear brother Malik saying, referring, saying to my cousin, basically shouldn't, it has to be mindful and can't be sleeping with the young girls and things of that sort. I concur. I absolutely agree. But I think one of the biggest tricks that they have played is that they want us to view Robert R.Kelly through the prism of our lives, how we live. In the entertainment industry, Google Prince's last girlfriend before he passed away. Google the dark-skinned girlfriend Prince had. Tell me how many artists are 40, 50, even 60 years old whose girlfriends who are married to females their age. Most artists have this thing going on, and I see it with my cousin, where they're vain. It's the vanity. It's the appearance of and then you have this immortal complex. You feel that you're immortal. That you feel like people will make you an idol. People will make you feel like you can't die, that you can't grow old. So these artists, I'm talking about John Bon Jovi. I think he's married to a woman his age, his high school sweetheart. And I can name a few others who actually, Samuel L. Jackson, Denzel Washington. They're married to women their age, but we don't know what they do behind closed doors. However, if Robert was to be judged by a jury of his peers, it should have been all entertainers sitting there, because they're going to look at him through the eyes of a celebrity. And as a celebrity, I'll say it again, that if you like thick women, big women, small women, light-skinned women, dark-skinned women, Asian women, white women, when you have celebrity and money, you're going to get what you want. And in his case, as he said, he just loves all women, including what I term teenage adults. And I'm going to get out of here. I'm going to finish listening to the live. I love Vi's show, and I want to congratulate you, Brother Vi, for making over 1,000 subscribers.
Appreciate all the support.
Yeah, yes, sir. And your show is, trust me, I'm giving my full stamp of approval, because I said I was going to come on here for 15, 20 minutes, but once I still feel me, like, yo, I've been on here for a long time, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like, because of how you present yourself and your platform and your format. Brothers, I really enjoyed speaking to all you brothers. I'm going to continue to listen. And let's continue to have these types of exchanges where we can agree to disagree, where we are respectful towards one another, and we are truthful as it pertains to our perspective and how we see things. There's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with looking at one tree and saying, no, I think the tree has 50 branches. No, I think the tree only has 2 branches. No, there's nothing wrong with that, but let's be honest with one another and have honest, truthful dialogue. I appreciate it, Brother Biden. You guys have a wonderful evening.
Appreciate you, Levi. This is this is my first time actually speaking with you, and I really hope that this isn't the last time we speak with each other.
Yes, sir. And whenever you see me put the thing in a thing, brother, come on in and holler at me on my channel, okay?
Oh, for sure.
Already.
Hey, Levi.
Yes, sir.
I say that every time he dropped the link. I'm gonna stay about 20 minutes.
Yeah.
I learned. I'm gonna start learning that. He be setting me up with that.
Yeah.
When I see the link, I'm gonna go straight to the bushes and go on blackout. Hey man, it's always a pleasure to chat with you. laughter is always good. I love your vibe, your energy. Like I said, your opinion I value as not just a man, but like a brother, because despite how you look at it, you always see all sides of it. And
Yes, sir, brother.
that's what makes us be able to have discussion like this. Val, like I said to you all the time, I'm proud of you for getting 1,000 people I didn't know, but I'm more proud of the fact that you hold it down even when other folks are afraid to bring crucial and sensitive topics to the board.
That's
and
right.
like I told you, if you ever let me through, I'm gonna come through. I'm not gonna say how long I'm gonna stay. I may start just bringing a lunch and keeping it moving.
Stay too long.
Yo, I just want to say something about Levi, yo. Levi stopped the RICO. He's coming in here low key and he's having this conversation, but he stopped the RICO and the solidification of the RICO with some actors online who are actually setting up a whole terrorist network in the name of R.Kelly, not related to R.Kelly, working for the prosecution. So I just want to say thank you, Levi. Thank you. God thanks you for what you did, bro. Respect.
Thank you, my dear brother, to Brother Malik, to all you guys. To all you guys, I'll say this: no matter what you hear about me, and please understand something, man. Man, look at here. I appreciate the compliments, but I am so far from that, brother. I've always been of the mindset I come here to advocate and represent for my cousin, for one. For two, all I could ask each and every one of you, even those who are listening, is to not assess Levi by what you've heard. Assess Levi by whether or not he has been consistent. It is consistency that we should all gauge when it comes to individuals. People can change their mind, that's true. But at the same time, you've never heard me say an ill word about my cousin. You've never heard me throw him up under the bus. You've never heard me speak ill of him. But I see people actually embracing people who have. And then they come back and all of a sudden now it's convenient to speak kindly of him when you've spoken ill of him in the past. I don't give a damn. That man is not perfect by far. As my right hand to the Most High God, Allah. If I wanted to, I could have said, well, I remember when I asked him for this and he didn't loan me the money. Or I can remember this or that and the third. But guess what? My love for him has never been rooted in money. Now, and to be honest with you, I've only asked him for a loan one time. He took a long, that nigga took a couple of months, and I was mad as hell. And you feel me? And I was like, nigga, damn, you feel me? And when he finally had his assistant call me, because I told her, I said, no, I want to talk to you. If he can't, if I can't talk to him, then just tell him I'm good. And she was like, how do you want the money sent? Or this, that, and the third. And I was mad at the nigga for about 2 months. And the nigga just started singing on the phone. So like, what do you say? Pride goes before a fall. And I hear this nigga in the background singing, pride goes before a fall. Pride goes. And I'm like, who is that? So he comes on the phone and starts laughing. So even that time that he and I had a little riff because I was dealing with a situation, I'm like, yo, what's the deal? It wasn't no money situation. My love for him has always been genuine. And I know I can assess his heart. And I understand if you listen to Birdman, listen to DMX, listen to the interviews where they talk about R. Kelly, a lot of them celebrities will tell you, man, he had me sitting waiting for days and didn't even come. You got the alleged victim saying he left them in a hotel room for 3 days, but goddamn, you got Birdman and Lil Wayne and DMX and Nick Cannon saying he did the same goddamn thing to them. He wasn't sleeping with them or trying to screw them. He was busy. And there's been times I had to wait. And I would get a little upset because I had my girl with me. I done told this girl that she about to meet him or whatever. But then I thought about it. And I said all the nigga had to tell me was no. See, his problem was he was trying to accommodate everybody. All he had to say was, man, I'm like, yo, you gonna be at the Cincinnati Jazz Festival, I'm coming through. Me and my girl, okay, word, come on through. Then we get there and don't see the nigga. But he could have told me, no, I ain't got time, bro. I got a lot going on, so I ain't gonna be able to see you. But he didn't want to let nobody know, well, I'm busy. You feel me? So I thank y'all, man. And once again, all I could ask, because I've been the object of a lot of slander and rumors, just hold tight and you'll hear my hold on, and you'll hear my cousin himself validate who I am and what I am. You feel me? But at the same time, assess each other. We have to assess each other by our consistency. How thorough is this person? Are you consistent in what you do? I ain't trying to get niggas locked up, Brother Midas. I was raised totally different from that. I was raised, you don't tell nobody on them people on no black person, bro. So that should tell y'all how bad this shit got. That, and I'm done when I say this. When I have two doors in front of me, when niggas telling me you better not come to Chicago to the court case, either I'm gonna get on 94 and meet your ass there and show you who Levi really is, or I'm gonna handle it legally. We as black men, we listen, bro. Don't throw your life away over these niggas. We use nigga, oh, what's up, my nigga, this, that, and the third. But yes, we have two sets of human beings in the black race. We have black people, decent people, and we have niggas who just really live a niggardly life.
I think you got different kind of niggas.
You got, go ahead, brother. Go ahead. You said different kind of niggas. Break it down, bro.
Right, you got short niggas, fat niggas, tall niggas. Yeah, you got educated niggas. You got
uneducated niggas. No matter how you slice, you gonna be a nigga.
You gonna be a nigga. You dig?
You heard.
I call myself a bligger though. I speak Bliganese. You know what I'm saying? I'm a mixture of black and nigga. You know, I'm bligger. You know what I'm saying?
That is too funny. Word up, though. Word up. But I'm talking, bro. I'm talking about that element that live in every hood amongst us, who out here robbing people, who will violate your woman, violate you, violate. You know, just that element is when I say nigga. I'm not talking about with the uppercase N, my nigga. I'm talking about that lowercase little peon, low life ass little nigga. You heard? That don't have no values, no morals, no nothing. You heard? And I come from a city that those kind of little niggas get dealt with quick. You feel me? So I just want to clear that up. That it is not my objective to lock no black person up, but remember what I'm telling y'all, Brother Midas.
What Ball Thug say? We're not against black. But we are against those thugs.
Well, that's deep. Brothers, remember this. When you have black people who were paid by people who are not black to come in and disrupt R.Kelly's proceedings, see, these people were being paid. So when you have these house niggas being paid, and Shabazz talked about it, and I don't agree with him how he moves, but he at least exposed a little of it, where they can pay niggas to come in and disrupt and infiltrate and hijack R. Kelly's cases. Bro, I'm gonna deal with your ass legally. I'm not gonna grab the things and jump on 94 and throw my life away over these small lowercase niggers.
Well, the thing is, Levi, man, if you didn't do that, right? If you didn't do that, their RICO would have stuck. They were planning something big for that sentencing. They were planning something big. They got real comfortable. They got real bold for a bit. If you didn't take care of that, R. Kelly would have been for sure in jail. Nobody would have been looking at it like, why he get 30 years?
Absolutely, and you get it. See, you get it. By me pointing out the people who were really intimidating, the people who were really conducting themselves in a way of an enterprise, a RICO, I was able, and I'm in the process of being able to separate these motherfuckers from my cousin. My cousin hasn't intimidated anyone. He hasn't done, that man has never attacked his ex-wife. He's never attacked these alleged victims. So why the hell I'm gonna sit and watch them do it and he pay for it and I don't step up and say, no, hold on. And show the people like, no, it ain't him, it's them.
Stand for something, fall for anything.
Yes, sir, brother. Let me get out of here. I love you, brothers, with the greatest brotherly love. And you all have a nice evening, brothers.
too, brother Levi. And
Good, bro.
All right, peace, Levi.
Much respect.
Later.
Today, man, I want to give a shout out to Sister Darlene Williams in the chat. I think today's her birthday. You know, happy birthday.
Darlene.
I seen her put birthday was today. But we gonna go with at this point, shit, man. I don't really know, man. Tomorrow, live, y'all don't want to miss it, man. I got something fresh off the press, man, with Tupac, bro. Why do you think they?
What happened, bro?
Hey, Vi, you kind of broke up.
Who's the brother with the Malcolm X picture?
That's Sir Miguel. What up, bro?
What's up, gentlemen? What's up, J Rock?
Hold on, bro.
How you doing?
Yeah, what up, Sir Miguel?
Exciting.
Hey, man, listen. This was awesome. I definitely look forward to chatting with you guys again, though, for real.
Yo, I want to know if y'all want to do a
Sorry
later
about that.
discussion on this Martin Luther King thing. 'Cause I see that he sold this to the Democrats with Lyndon B. Johnson, and I see that Rosa Parks was kind of fake.
Sorry about
That was like a stage.
Somebody called and cut me off. Can y'all hear me now?
Yeah, hold
Yeah, we
on
got
one
you.
second,
Yeah,
bro.
bro.
Hold on 1 second, Val. Hey, that J-Rock?
Hold on, we got somebody new coming to the panel, man.
Yeah, we got Sir Miguel in the building.
We got Sir Miguel and we got Lexington Warren, man.
Okay, Lexington Warren, hold on 1 second, fam. Hey, J-Rock, what was you saying?
I was just addressing what someone said in the chat about the Martin Luther King and Lyndon B. Johnson connection in regards to if we should have a discussion on that. And I was wondering, I was like, that's something that could be kind of interesting because it could be some facts that might be relevant to now from what was set forward back then. So that could be something interesting.
That sounds cool, but give me a minute. I didn't know that Martin, Dr. King and Lyndon B. Johnson had a connection. Let me do a little research on that. So I'm all for a debate, but I need ammunition. So I guess give it a couple days, and I'm cool with it. This year panel. That's what the question was. I'm not trying to overstep. I was just saying I'm cool with it. However you flow with it, by all means. But once I heard the whole question, I was like, yeah.
Yeah, we can set that up, but we can set up a man's panel. We can probably do it like on Wednesdays, you know. And what I'm working on is an email for us to be able to communicate, and especially like when we come with topics of what we want to discuss or whatever. We'll give people a little time to do their research. Next Saturday, July the 22nd, I'm doing a 1K subscriber giveaway for everybody that support me, and the giveaway consists of all you have to do is gonna be about the content on my channel. It's only gonna be about the content. So all the questions will refer to the content that's on my channel. So you're gonna have a cheat sheet, which is your phone. So we're gonna put some questions. I'm gonna put some questions together, and we probably have like 10 winners or whatever. You know, I'm gonna ask some questions. It's all gonna refer back to the content on my channel. I feel like that's one of the most fair ways to give back to people who've been supporting, to make it fair for everybody. You know what I'm saying? I was referencing to the Tupac. Malik, I'm gonna send you the link. I wish I could get the link to the video and drop it in the chat, but I'm working off my phone right now. But they did a new video on Tupac, which tomorrow I'm gonna do it on my panel. But I didn't know that he had shot 2 off-duty police officers.
Mm-hmm.
That story happened in and I think that was in
Atlanta.
Georgia.
In
Atlanta, yeah, he beat the case, and after he beat that case, that's when they came with the allegations about the rape.
Right.
Yeah, there were 2 off-duty police officers too. They weren't even on duty.
Yeah, he thought they was gonna rob him or something, didn't he?
They was fighting some black dudes they was fighting
Right.
some other black dudes, and he got out like trying to see what was going on, and boom, words exchanged and went from here, went left, boom, boom, boom. He put the thing in the thing. You know what I'm saying? Beat the charge. Got out. Then next thing you know, he was hit with these allegations of sexual assault.
Yeah, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that was the moment when the police and everybody had a bullseye on Pop after that incident.
It was after the incident, yeah. So you
Right.
gonna see tomorrow.
Absolutely correct.
When I bring it tomorrow, y'all know I'm gonna bring it. I need all y'all fellas that was on here today to be here tomorrow, so we can talk about it. You know what I'm saying?
What time you gonna do it?
Probably. I think we probably try to do like we used to do on Sundays, our brunch time.
So 2 o'clock your time, 3 o'clock my time.
Yeah, that'll be cool. We'll put it like 2 o'clock my time, 2 o'clock Central, 3 o'clock Eastern. So if you're on the West Coast, I don't know how to tell your time.
That'll be 12.
So let's welcome Sir Miguel. We're gonna let you speak, and then we're gonna let Brother Lexington Warren speak, and then we're gonna give our closing statements before we get up out of here, man. But I tell y'all one thing, bro. I have really enjoyed this panel, man. We've been on here for 3.5 hours, bro, and it ain't been no arguing or nothing. We just been on here running it, man. And this is what it's about. You know what I'm saying? This is what changed and bring different perspectives to what we discuss. And this is how men should be able to talk without the disrespect and talking over. Everybody can get their point across. There's enough time and room for everybody to voice their opinion. So, sir, I'm gonna let you go. Then after sir, then we're gonna let Lexington Warren go, because he knew, he been following me, but this is the first time I've seen him on. So we're gonna see what you fellas got to talk about, what y'all got going on.
Well, first of all, Big Bob, I want to say thank you, man, for having me on, and all the gentlemen on the platform. I was just kind of listening in the background or whatever, but I want to say this. And I know earlier you guys was talking about the, I guess, the motions. Keep in mind, language is everything, and I've said this on other people's platforms. If you can change the language to work in your favor, then you can make R. Kelly look bad. At the end of the day, I believe Bonjean's going to do what she needs to do to help him. And I believe she's going to come with more evidence that we probably don't know of in the Chicago case to help him. But make no mistake about it. Her presence in R. Kelly's life at this point in time happened for a reason, because God wanted her to be there for him. So at the end of the day, don't count her out and don't count him out. Always keep in mind the government will cheat to get a conviction. They'll do whatever they need to do to make the masses go against somebody who's innocent. So at the end of the day, he gonna be fine. But as long as we have panels like these where men can talk and come together and speak truth and be positive and encourage each other, and not only for R. Kelly but for other men out there who may be in the same situation. So I just want to say salute to every person on this panel. Big Bob, once again, man, thank you for all you doing, and keep doing this, man, because at the end of the day, if it helps one person, you made a difference. And I just want you to know that. So at the end of the day, man, keep doing you, brother. That's all I'm going to say.
Appreciate it so much, man. Thank you.
Salute, Sir Miguel.
Salute.
Salute.
Brother Warren, like he Lexington over here cleaning the car, I need to be headed your way, man.
What's up, my brother? Dallas, Texas in the house, man.
Oh, you over in Dallas? I'm right over in Fort Worth, man. What's up?
Yeah, Triple D representing, man. You know how we get down here in the Triple D.
Already. What you got? What you got today?
Yeah. First of all, I want to say to all the brothers on the panel. I know Levi probably just left. I think Dana J might be one of your minds. I think I saw him in there. I don't know if he is or not, but I want to say hats off to you guys, Prima Donna, Sky Zone, Skylife, all the other people, Black CEO, everybody that I follow. I just want to interject something. Y'all was talking about Tupac a while ago. And I started thinking about back in the early 90s, y'all remember the lady by the name of Dolores Tucker. And it made me think about how Tawana Burke and Rory Albert, how they're trying to use R. Kelly, how they tried to use R. Kelly, but they took all his streams and shut everything down. I started thinking about how the Lower Shucker did Tupac, and I'm like, well, damn, same thing happened to him as happened to R. Kelly, but not people not realizing that there was a mute going on way back then. So it's just not now; it's been going on.
Mm-hmm.
And the other thing I want to touch on, I put it in your link. I don't know if your mom saw it already or not, but I got it from a podcast. The latest called R. Kelly and People, something like that, talking about allegedly the takedown of or the beginning of the takedown of R. Kelly and Aaliyah. And there was some points being brought up in it. And one of the points that I really paid attention to was who brought or why was Barry Hanks bring his niece to R.
These
Kelly.
exactly. I said that a long time ago.
So along with that, they were saying that allegedly, I think he's supposed to have the rights to her music, the catalog, or whatever the case may
Yeah,
be. I'm not sure. And
he
they were saying something about when the plane went down. Allegedly, there was spoken of a bomb that could have been on the plane to set it off, and then she could have got drugged or something. And she was saying there's something not right. She got all of a sudden got a phone call from, I guess she was dating Damon Dash at the time. I'm not sure how that goes, but it's a whole lot of inconsistencies about what's going on or what went on back then, and it
facts.
makes you wonder who's the paymaster. Malcolm X would say, who is the paymaster of all this stuff that's going on?
And Barry Hankinson was also sued by Gladys, which was his wife. He was sued by Tony Braxton. He's been
Right,
sued by every artist he ever managed.
That brother that
right
brought
on.
up a real good point though earlier, and I didn't think about it. What he said when you brought up the name C. Dolores Tucker and the struggles that Pac had with her, and it got so bad that they had that political forces got involved behind and started backing C. Dolores Tucker as well. Even people on the other side of the political aisle. So Pac was being used as an election and a political pawn, just like R. Kelly is now. He brought up a real good point when he brought up C. Dolores Tucker.
When they first met, R. Kelly, it's out that I just gotta find the interview. Or they was when R. Kelly was saying, Tupac was supposed to be the original person for that best of both worlds.
Absolutely.
I heard that.
And he was supposed to do that Dear Mama, that was supposed to be a song they was supposed to do together. Like Pac got Dear Mama, R. Kelly got Sadie. They was they had they was talking about that Tupac was warning him that these people gonna be coming after you. You know what I'm saying? So a lot of this stuff, like you say, man, it's a lot deeper than we know. And if you ain't careful, it's like you walking in a field full of landmines.
Yeah,
If you're not careful, it only take one step.
that's fact. That's fact, Big Vi. And let's not forget also that when Bush and Quayle tried to run for the presidency re-election in '92, Tupac got mentioned by name by the vice president while they was on the run for the White House. I mean, whenever the vice president mentions you on a campaign trail for the national seat, if that's not being used as an election tool or political pawn, please tell me what is.
And then you go from R. Kelly, man, you performed at the Olympics. Now they saying he been doing this out for over 30 years. But you allow him to perform at the Olympics to represent the United States?
Yeah, on a world stage. And then he did the World Cup on top of it.
It's a lot of stuff that, I'm glad that we got brothers like us that, we could, if we sit around and continue to talk, we'll expound different things. There's so much that can be touched on. like Levi was saying with the Muhammad Ali. They some got warning Sam Cooke. Sam Cooke was running with Malcolm X and Muhammad Ali, and what happened to Sam Cooke? They took him out. Tried to say he tried to take some. He tried to rape a woman. Got shot and killed. The woman that killed him didn't do a day in jail. It's so much. When it comes to us, and when it's a lot. When you are you reach a certain peak in life, it comes with a lot of. You're gonna have to sacrifice something, or they just gonna run you crazy, man.
Yeah.
That's just what it is. It would this world, this country wasn't designed for us to be equal.
Look what they did to Dave Chappelle and Martin Lawrence.
Facts. I mean, Dave Chappelle said he had to leave. He had to leave the country for a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Because
I don't believe that Dave Chappelle thing, yo. And actually, Dave Chappelle's brother, he bought a building in Canada where he says he's gonna put a bunch of white women on strippers. Like, Dave Chappelle's story is weird. Martin Lawrence, I think he got messed over more by black people than by white folk. Because when he was doing that movie, it was a black movie. Remember, he was training inside the gym thing, and Tisha Arnold, she made false accusations against him too. And
Yeah.
plus, he
So
was
look.
like a woman, man.
So look, Minus, check that out though. It was allegations made against Martin Lawrence at the height of his career. That's what I'm saying, bro. They want you to conform or do something crazy that they can have you locked in and propagate whatever it is they want you to propagate. If you don't play, then shit. That's kind of like what I'm saying. With all our heroes, all our stars, Mike Tyson, all the people, man, they gotta, basically bow down to the people, man. You know what I'm saying? That's why so many don't say nothing, because they're in such a situation where, if they do say something, they're gonna risk their whole livelihood. Like think about Steve Harvey and Monique exchange, and how Steve Harvey was acting with Monique, act like she was about to spill some beans. He was like, "Hold on, we up here in Hollywood. Hold on." So man, it's just all suspicious activity, when it comes to us. I'm always gonna consider that, you know what I mean? I don't know, I went off on a tangent a little bit, but
it's
Nah,
all
you right,
good,
man.
man. But
Yeah, you
hey,
gotta take in
check this
mind
out
that
though.
they all have the same paymaster. And if they don't follow that guideline, and like you say, they will be ridiculed, they will be taken down by any means. So that's one of the main reasons why they don't. And that's why it's up to us, the people who have common sense, to speak
just
out,
say
tell
something.
the facts. Tell the fact, tell the
Absolutely.
truth, and let the world know what's really going on. Just like they just not finding this supposedly search warrant or arrest warrant for Catherine O'Brien for having Emmett Till killed. Okay, you don't see the
Hmm.
people coming out talking about that and going hard in the paint like they're going hard against R.Kelly. They're not being one-sided, hiding evidence. They're not even really bringing it up. Some people,
Hmm.
and it's
Nah,
just up to us to put the word out there, because
But,
everybody's not
but
going to have the same like minds to do that. But I see that we do have brothers and sisters who are willing to do that. We just got to keep pushing and keep putting it out there.
I mean, not even
Hmm.
Charlie Sheen, man. You got HIV in Hollywood. You still having sex. You still going around. He wasn't blackballed.
Yep. And now all of a sudden, here comes allegations against George Foreman.
Hmm.
Who
See,
who who, who was that again?
George Foreman.
George
George
Foreman.
Foreman.
Oh man, God no.
He said they trying to
How many
extort.
years was it? Was this ago? What was it? 30? 20 or 30 years ago, say he's supposed to sexually assaulted a woman about 30 years ago, 20 years ago, something like that.
Right. All these
We
women.
can't win.
Oh,
We can't
wait.
win, man.
No,
We
you can't
can't
win nothing
win.
like
We
that.
can't. We can't
Yeah, I ain't
win.
mean to cut you off, brother. I want to say something about that. Since you just not saying something about George Foreman, you said George Foreman, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So that goes to show you that They started back then with Jack Johnson.
Right.
Started with a little bit of Tupac, trying to mute him. You got Bill Cosby, you got R. Kelly. Now you're bringing up George Foreman.
Don't
They had
leave out.
Chris
Don't leave
Brown
out
and
Michael
Trey
Jackson.
Songz on a little old hook for a little while. So people got to realize this is not about the people that they're trying to get. It's about all of us as a whole. People
As a
have
whole.
we have sons. Their sons going to have sons, and their sons going to have sons. If you let this go down, they're going to have everybody incarcerated. People laugh about it. They think it's funny, but they're not realizing this could be your niece, your little son growing up that you send to school that he get allegations against him. Everything that you work for, that he possibly going to work for, is going to get crashed. So they're not thinking about it in that sense. They think about, oh yeah, they got him. He did this, he did that. No, it ain't about that. It could be anybody's family member. They don't think like that. They would, but they don't.
That's what it's all about, man. Right now, they're sexually castrating and legally castrating and also economically castrating every American. They are taking over your country. They're cutting your things off. That's what it's all about.
Eddie Griffin said something on Vlad a while back. He said, "Why is it that all great black people, most great blacks, all have an asterisk by their name?" When he started to name off, and most of it was sexual. You know, Michael Jackson, R. Kelly. No, he wasn't talking about R. Kelly at this time. He said Michael Jackson, Bill Cosby, Kobe Bryant. He says a few others. He had a nice little list of names that he named off.
Chuck Berry was one too.
But he said, how is it that all of these people all got these asterisks by their name? And the guy, I tell people still to this day, I don't know how many people take it serious when I say it, but tomorrow, I'm gonna bring it tomorrow when I do the Tupac stuff. Ron Newton, who was signed to Joe Jackson, went on Vlad TV and told Vlad that the government, somebody that was working with the government against Michael Jackson, told him that Ron Newton had pictures of his kids in Michael Jackson's house because he was signed to Joe Jackson. Well, he had pictures. He showed the pictures on Vlad and everything. He showed the pictures of his kids being in Michael Jackson bed with their underwear on, had Michael Jackson glove on, but he's taking a picture of his children. He said they offered him $250,000 for a picture to use to bring it against Michael Jackson. He said, I took the information that they told me and I went back and told Joe Jackson what they were trying to do. He had a part 2 of the interview scheduled for the next week. The man was dead. And if you think I'm lying, all you gotta do is go on YouTube and type in Ron Newton Vlad TV.
I saw that one, Big Vi, and Ron Newton also said that his kids used to sleep by Michael Jackson all the time. It wasn't no problem. And Ron Newton was a straight gangster, yo. Straight gangster. He wouldn't play that.
He said if Michael Jackson would have touched one of my kids, he said, man, I tell y'all what I would have did. He said, man, I would have killed.
Facts.
Not don't let Oprah Winfrey tell you. Oprah Winfrey had you thinking Mike is creepy crazy Mike. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. But she just paid Darryl Johnson in Greenberg to get R. Kelly to do an interview just for them to ambush the man.
Yeah, ambush like Gail did R. Kelly, and then turned around, wound up doing an interview with Lisa Leslie, tried to throw dirt on Kobe Bryant's legacy, and Kobe wasn't even put in the ground yet.
That's crazy.
That's what made it worse.
Hold on now, J-Rock. All these women advocates, right? How long have Brittany Griner been in fucking Russia?
Oh,
about
almost 6 months now?
You heard Me Too, Time's Up, women advocates, girl power, woman power, nothing.
They got quiet. They quiet as a rat pissing on cotton.
None.
They got replaced by the trans, yo.
Hey, Dave, That Midas don't play, do it, Dave.
Man.
You know it's true. You know it's true though. They in the spa showing off their thing. Show, hey, how's your little girl doing today? Let me go in your bathroom. They got replaced.
Wow.
Midas be on their ass, man. For real. But you know, anybody, you know, y'all want to give just give closing statements, man, and just, you know, how y'all feel going forward, you know, how y'all feel, what y'all thoughts are, you know, moving forward, and everybody that's on here and that came on here, man, I need y'all, I want to see y'all. So I'm gonna start scheduling the live, man, and we gonna be able to break these topics down like we did today and have great lives like this, because these are the, you know, help the narrative, even with our differences. I think great place. Go.
Look, it's been real. I appreciate it. Look forward to tomorrow. God opens me to send the link to my jack. I say going forward, I guess collectively as a people, we need to pay more attention to what's going on that's directly in our face, as opposed to worrying about what's going on around the corner. Because a lot of these issues and topics are right in our face, and we tend to look past them to worry about what's going on around the corner, meaning somebody else's issues that ain't even our problem. So I'm gonna do my part to pay more attention to what goes on in the Black community versus abroad. And with that being said, again, gentlemen, I salute everybody. Look forward till tomorrow. I guess it's time to watch the local news or something and clear your mind for a minute. But you know,
You gonna love this documentary. You gonna love this.
What time tomorrow, fella? Oh, Big Bob, what time tomorrow, man?
2 p.m. Man, we gonna have to link, man. You right in Dallas, man. We gonna have to link, bro.
So until then, gentlemen, I'm out. Walter.
Salute, Malik.
All right, peace, Malik.
Salute, brother.
Yeah, I guess I'll go ahead. I'll round up my comments once again. Thanks for having me on, Vi. I appreciate it. Congratulations on your new your 1,000 subscribers. Your channel has really grown, and you're pushing your brand to another level as well with some very intelligent conversations that you bring in on here, because we definitely need more of this going forward, because at the end of the day, it's about us brothers, man. It's about they put, if they can put a docuseries on the greatest singer-songwriter of the modern era and have him look like every bit the biggest monster walking planet Earth, average brother ain't got a shot.
Right.
So we definitely have to come together, be under one accord, and support each other. Shout out to every brother on the panel. Hope to talk to each and every one of y'all soon. Shout out to everybody that was on, and definitely looking forward to whether it be tomorrow or whatever day. Oh, and also I want to send a shout out to Black CEO Media. He had an all-female panel on the day.
Yeah.
In regards to special R.Kelly, those ladies brought the heat. You know, I'm looking forward to what he's going to do as well. Everybody in the chat, y'all awesome. Love each and every one of y'all. Definitely talk to y'all soon. Salute to all the brothers on this panel.
Tomorrow, J-Rock, man, if you free at 2 p.m., bro, don't forget, man, because, you know, we need everybody. You need everybody here tomorrow so we can break it down how we break it down, bro.
Got you. For sure.
All right, I'll be next. Okay.
Chicago's on, Brother David. Let's get it.
All right, Big Bob, thanks for having me up, man. You know, peace to my brother from other brothers from Texas, J Rock and Midas. And what's your name, brother? It's about this came in.
Lexington Warren. What they call you, Warren?
Sir Miguel, no, Lexington.
Yep.
Anyway, peace to everybody, man. I'll see you tomorrow. Bye.
Most
Too.
definitely. Shout your channel out, man, so people can come over there and sub to your channel, man.
Okay. All right. Peace.
Yo, see your channel, fam.
David got up out of here.
Yo, respect to the fullest, Big Bob, man. Thanks for having me on the panel. You know what I'm saying? Much love. You know what I'm saying? It's always a pleasure talking to you, bro, because you're always on point with the truth and you don't play with it. You know what I'm saying?
Not at all, bro.
Yeah, respect, family. Much love to your family, yo.
Already, man. You see you tomorrow, man. I know you're gonna be here tomorrow for the Tupac.
Man, I'm gonna try to make it for 2 p.m. tomorrow, man. I'm gonna try to be on here 2 p.m. tomorrow, man. No doubt.
Oh yeah, straight up, it's going down, man. The fellas gonna put it down next week. Now next weekend it's gonna be the women, cause you know we gonna be doing the giveaway, so the women gonna have to hold it down over here next weekend. So tomorrow going down, man. We're gonna be discussing Tupac, and man, as a matter of fact, I'm gonna send you that link too. I'm gonna send it to you on Twitter, so you can go ahead and look at the video.
I bet, man. I want to see that one, but I'm also gonna check out the one with Lil Half Dead, and the other one with the security. It was the policeman. Was it a policeman who might have been involved too? No, Little Half Dead, and the guy who we had a fight with inside the Bellagio or the hotel.
Oh yeah, they talk about all that on this link that I'm gonna send you. They
Oh,
say
nice, man, nice.
Spoke to the degree that his All Eyes on Me album did so well, and they say he was up. Well, they were saying like Suge Knight was finna have to pay him like $3 million. You know, in 1 month. It was like in exactly 1 month he would have been owed $3 million from the label before he was killed. So you gonna hear some when you watch this. Bro, you gonna be like, God damn! Oh, it's gonna make you question a lot.
All right, no doubt, man. I'm gonna check it out, yo. And thanks to you, man, again, and everybody who was on the panel, yo. All the strong black brothers who out here trying to save these kids, man. Cause like Brother Lexington said, it ain't about us. It's about the next generation, and they trying to cut these kids' genitals off. I know that's what it's about. I know that's exactly what it's about. And we're dealing with something that our forefathers in the slave generations, and also our forefathers, as in George Washington and them, that they've been through. They came from Scotland, already eunuchs. You know what I'm saying? That's why they wore that skirt. You know what I'm saying? They were already eunuchs. I don't know if like they were trying to avoid that for a new generation or create that for a new generation. But this whole thing is wild, man. The scene we're seeing right now is wild, and I'm finding mad Ricos. Respect, man.
Atlanta, you just heard Atlanta. The lady in Atlanta say she in the next 60 days there'll be 2 more Ricos passed out. So we gotta keep our eye see what's coming from that. She said it'll be 2 more Ricos issued out in the next 60 days. So that's what she said on the press conference. So
who's that, Bonji?
Nuh-uh. The Atlanta, the mayor of Atlanta.
Okay, bet, yo. Ricos on R.Kelly or just Ricos?
Oh, she you know, like they got Young Thug and then they got you know, Wyatt and Lucci and them. So she say that more Ricos coming down the pipe in the next 60 days. So let's see. We just gotta wait and see who they may be.
Yo, they gotta get Vivica Fox, yo. I'm a show, yo.
They fighting go, man.
Yo,
go.
I'm out. But they gotta get Vivica, yo. Respect.
All right, brother Lexington, man, let us have it, bro. Can't hear you.
All right, that better?
Yeah, there we go.
All right. Once again, man, great panel. Hats off to your brother and everybody else that you listen to. I know you got Big Levi, Dana, Prima Donna, all the main people. You know how it go.
Guys on.
Right,
George,
right.
Everybody.
Yeah. So everybody got a close knit circle, man. So I try to listen to all y'all, man. Take a little bit from each one of y'all, and use it to my own advantage and whatnot. But one thing I had to say, I forgot to mention when everybody was on, they may be still in the bushes listening. It was brought to my attention that the movie called Ricochet with
Yeah,
Ice-T and Denzel.
yeah.
I was on Sky Zone's page one time. It was a brother on there talking about the similarities between that movie, all the actions that was in the movie that were corresponding with the way R. Kelly's trial went, everything to a
Right.
T.
Probably was the brother J Rock, because he said he been saying that for a minute.
Yeah. Then I think he also said something about that the director of that movie is the same one that helped direct
Surviving.
Surviving Live. Yeah. So you already know what I'm talking about then. You already know. So a lot of people don't know a lot of this stuff is being hidden from the media,
Mm-hmm.
and that now that it's coming out, they still don't want to believe what we're saying is the gospel, but they want to believe what the media say.
But who don't
That's,
want to believe it? Who is the people that's not wanting to believe it? It's the people that look like us.
that's what I'm talking about.
The
Yeah.
people that look like us don't want to believe it. It's the same people that didn't believe the media outlets when they said Michael Brown didn't have his hands up.
Right.
It's the same media that said Trayvon attacked George Zimmerman. This the same media they say Breonna Taylor was a drug dealer.
Right.
This is media.
Check this out, fam. Check this out. Tell me why. I ain't gonna say that. I'm not gonna even say their name, but I'm gonna tell you. There's two podcasts that I listened to in the past. They were always pro-black. We should listen to the media. We should go ahead and do our research and whatnot, this and that or the other. Tell me why those same people, soon as that Simpson came down, why did they side with what the media said? Oh yeah, he must have did it. He got 30 years. So yeah, he I was like, man, didn't you just say 2 weeks ago, don't follow the media? But now you saying, oh yeah, he did it. Man, I just don't understand it, brother. I don't understand it.
What they say, damn if you do, damn if you don't.
Yeah.
That's what it is.
Yeah, but yeah, man, I'm gonna go and close it out. But what time y'all talking about tomorrow, man? I'm gonna see, can I
2 p.m., man. 2 p.m. 2 p.m., bro. 2 p.m. If you go into the private, man, I probably can drop my contact in there, and cause I see the video so you can watch it.
Right.
The Tupac little situation or whatever.
Okay.
Most definitely, man. You gon' or if you got a Twitter.
No, man. I don't.
Twitter. Okay, well, I'm going too far, huh?
No, I don't. I try to keep it low key, man. I just jump in on y'all, give me a little bit of food, I burn off.
All right, so for all the fellas that was on here that's gonna be coming back tomorrow, man, go hit me up on Twitter and I can drop you the link. Hey, let's see, J Rock, when you exit backstage and then go into private, then just shoot me Lexington, when you exit backstage, just shoot me a text.
Okay.
And let me know, and then I'll just shoot you the link so you can watch that video.
Okay, it's a bet.
Already, man. Salute, man. Tomorrow, bro.
Salute, brother.
And last but not least, the leader panel. Y'all see him up there. That's Big Vi. Big Vi opinion. Big Vi, not the little one. Big Vi, not the little one. You hear me? Man, I appreciate each and every one of y'all that came over today. Each and every one of y'all that supported. Each and every one of y'all that sent me a cash app. Each and one of y'all that didn't send a cash app. I love each and every one of y'all the same. Because guess what? Y'all my sisters and y'all my brothers. And guess what? Y'all can't do nothing about it. Y'all, I got y'all back. Y'all better have my back. Because if y'all sit here and let me fight by myself, we going to be fighting each other. So I'm telling y'all right now, if y'all let me fight by myself, we're going to be fighting each other. It's going to be family reunion all over again. Who made the potato sack? I appreciate y'all to the fullest, man. We growing over here. We continuing to elevate over here. and we're gonna continue to prosper over here because God has already spoke over this channel. God has already blessed this channel, and tomorrow we coming back with another live tomorrow. Gonna be off the chain, and I'm looking for the same people that's here today to be over tomorrow when we going down, and we gonna break down this Tupac situation, and we gonna talk about it. We gonna really talk about it. Cause like I said, man, we're a family, and we don't just talk about one, we talk about all. We try to make it all make sense. So tomorrow, y'all don't want to miss it. It's an exclusive. This is something new, something never been talked about before. And they are trying to solve this issue with Tupac and what happened with his murder. So tomorrow, y'all don't want to miss it, man. Y'all don't want to miss it. Y'all don't want to miss it. I mean, I'm going to schedule it when I get off of here. I'm going to schedule it. Y'all set y'all reminders. Make sure y'all hit that post notification bell. If you haven't already, subscribe to the channel. Hit the like button on your way out if you didn't hit it on your way in. And guess what? We're going to go party, and we're going to go have a good time. And tomorrow, we're going to get a Lord his time, and then we're going to come over here and give Vi his time. You know what I'm saying? We're going to get a Lord his time first, and then y'all going to give Vi his time. And I'm going to, give it to y'all raw. I thank each and every one of y'all for coming out to support. But so long. Until next time, it's your boy, Big Val Opinion, signing out. 1K, Mr. 1K himself.